is saying about the U.S. taking Nicolas Maduro into custody.
The Bears are done with the regular season, not in the way that any of us would like. What they are saying about their loss to Detroit.
And taking a live look outside this Monday morning, there it is. Well, it looks bright out there, a little bit brighter perhaps than previous Mondays. We're getting more daylight each and incrementally. We're getting more daylight out there. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I'm Anthony Ponce.
And I'm Natalie Bobke, and Mike is here, and we've got some warmer temperatures as well. Loving it.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is going to be the beginning of a string of 40s plus, and I still think we may have a couple 50-degree days on the way this week. If you still have a little bit of snow in the yard, that's going away this week. All right, now here's the deal. It's still cold enough. Kids need a winter coat, but they can probably get away with one less layer underneath. We'll be 32 degrees at 7 at noon. Not that cold for early January standards, 39 degrees, and a mild afternoon, 44 degrees. And by that time, I think there's going to be a little bit more cloud cover in the sky. These are the current temperatures. 32 is the normal high. 20 is what we typically be this morning. Yeah, well, here we are. 33 at O'Hare, Midway, Joliet, Woodstock, and Waukegan, 32. 32 Kankakee, Merrillville. Headed today for high temperatures well into the 40s. One crash, Gabriella. Where's this one?
Mike, this is over on the Dan Ryan Expressway going inbound. It's near 87th, and it is blocking 2 left lanes. Crews are on scene here. You can see that stop-and-go traffic starts both on I-57 and the Bishop Ford, which people are back going to school and going to work likely this morning. So we are likely to see a little bit more of a backup in that area as people get onto the Dan Ryan. But just know your driving time might be a little extra heavy again on I-57 and the Bishop Ford. Right now on the Dan Ryan, it's at 21 minutes from 95th to the Byrne interchange. Still holding steady over on the Stevenson under 25, just under 25 as well on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office, and 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Anthony, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. CTA riders will notice some changes today as a big remodeling project closes a major CTA station. Roseanne joins us live from the Loop with the very latest. Roseanne.
That's right. We're at the State and Lake Elevated Station, and crews are gathering. We see a lot of workers out here, but the demolition will not begin until 7 a.m. The majority of the demolition, they tell us, they're going to try to keep overnight from 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. But again, today is the day it all starts. The CTA station here at State and Lake is 130 years old, one of the oldest and busiest in the city. It will be fully reconstructed. Starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only. That's between Dearborn and Wabash. The bus stops on State Street will stay open and pedestrians can get through, but watch for detour signs throughout the project. Upgrades on the way include new elevators, a glass canopy for some weather protection, better lighting, wider platforms. They say just generally it's going to be safer and more comfortable. CTA riders we talked to called the project a minor inconvenience.
I'm looking forward for a newer station. Yeah, and I think it will be good for the transportation, and it will be more cleaner and more modern and convenient for us when it gets down. Yeah.
So the Loop trains are running, but riders need to use the stations at Washington and Wabash and Clark and Lake. You can see the State Street there scratched off the map. The Lake Red Line subway station remains open to transfer between the Lake Red Line subway and the Loop elevated lines. The CTA says use that Washington Wabash station. And that new and improved State and Lake elevated station due to be complete by 2029. So we do have a ways to wait, but they're promising some big improvements. From the Loop this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
Seems like eons away at this point. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is expected in court today.
Brian Jackson is here in studio with the very latest. Brian.
Well, Maduro and his wife are expected to appear in federal courts in Manhattan. They face drug trafficking and other charges. Both will likely plead not guilty. As expected, the judge will order them held without bond, and we believe Maduro's attorneys will argue that it was not legal for the United States to arrest and remove him from Venezuela. President Trump says that the U.S. is now in charge of Venezuela, though retired military analysts say that's not necessarily how that works.
The military can't do regime change. We've seen that in Iraq. We're not successful at it. But I do think you'll see the military as security forces with some of the petroleum and the oil refineries that the United States continues to looks to kind of take over and make sure that things are going and operating well.
The vice president of Venezuela is the acting leader. She says that her people deserve peace and not war. U.S. forces will keep oil tankers on a sanctions list from leaving the country. Natalie?
Brian, locally, the reaction to what is happening in Venezuela, you could call it mixed. There was a gathering of people in Schaumburg who say they support the people of Venezuela. Others say the U.S. attack wasn't about drugs, it was about oil, they believe. But most people say it is a good thing that Maduro is gone.
A dictatorship has killed and committed a lot of crimes in our country during 25 years, more than 25 years, actually. All right, so we are here celebrating with the Venezuelan support, but President Trump is doing. We are not against it. We support it. Every Venezuelan around the world, and we're talking about 10 million Venezuelans around the world, are supporting this.
Some of the protesters, though, say taking out Maduro is a first step, but it's still not safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country.
And with everything going on in Venezuela, Congress is set to return today. That is not the only thing Congress has to worry about, though. They have less than a month to reach another deal to avoid another government shutdown. So it's a packed agenda for these lawmakers with a dozen bills on the agenda to prevent a stalemate. Democrats want tax credits restored to help Americans pay for health care plans, those enhanced subsidies. But Republicans want spending levels to stay where they are.
I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to start this week. And I think we can get it done by the end of the month. If we have to go an extra week or two, again, pass another continuing resolution, we should do that and get these bills out of the way and then move on to the next fiscal year.
And the next shutdown deadline hits January 30th.
Police are investigating a deadly shooting in the 800 block of West Garfield just before 10 last night. Police say a 43-year-old man was standing outside when he was shot by someone in a white SUV. The victim asked a CTA bus driver for help. That bus driver called 911. The 43-year-old man was hospitalized and later died. And police also investigating a shooting on Southwestern. Police say 2 people were in a car when another SUV pulled up and started shooting at them. A 21-year-old woman was hit in the arm and the back. She is in critical condition. A 37-year-old man in the car also hit in the arm. He is in good condition. Police have not said anything, though, about the suspects.
A sentencing hearing is expected to start today for a double homicide in Chinatown that happened almost 6 years ago. In February of 2020, police say Alvin Thomas approached 2 men and demanded money from them before shooting both of them. The judge says the mandatory sentence is life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. To sports now. Well, forgettable end to the regular season for the Bears, but now it is on to the playoffs. They did not end the regular season the way they all hoped to. Got down to the wire with Detroit. It was tied right at the end of the game. A nice little fourth quarter comeback. However, Detroit was able to march down the field for the game-winning kick for a 19-16 victory. Bears were not real happy after the game.
Not good enough. Not good enough to win this game, not good enough to win, the upcoming games. And so we got to get better, all sides of the ball. But speaking on offense, whatever happens on the other side of the ball, it's not something that we can control. So we have to control what we can, and we got to come out starting fast, being better, and, we'll do that here coming up.
Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
All right, good news here. Bears still hold the number 2 seed because Philadelphia lost to the Commanders. Bears will host the Packers Saturday night, 7 o'clock, right here on Fox Chicago. Boy, we've seen a lot of that team of late.
Yes, I wish them well. I was watching that game like, what am I looking at here? What is going on?
Flat.
Yeah, it was not a good situation. It did not leave me with a good feeling, Mike Kaplan, heading into this
and they needed a stop at the end of the game. They got that turnover, Byard with another interception, and they couldn't convert on that. You just felt the momentum was going the Bears' way. They had tied the score. You're like, hey, we're going to do it again. And then yeah, well, that's all right. Get it done Saturday night, a game you're going to see right here on Fox 32. Right. And Saturday is going to be a colder day. We've got 5 very mild days on the way this work week. We're already warmer than the normal high. Skies are clear at O'Hare with 33. It's clear downtown. A south-southwest wind. You know, that's usually good news if you want warmer air. Not going to be a very windy day. Wind chill 25. You know, it's still, you want a winter coat on. Aurora's dropped to 27, one of the colder spots. It's 34 at LaSalle, Peru. Midway in the lakefront with 33, 32 at Merrillville and Michigan City, and also in Benton Harbor, Michigan. We have wind chills for the most part in the mid-20s. That's what it feels like if you don't cover up the top of your head or your hands. Certainly not going to be frostbite city out there this morning. We do have mainly clear skies out there right now, but there is some cloud cover queued up out to the west. That will filter into our sky here later today, and by tonight, it will likely be foggy with some drizzle, but that's ahead of even warmer temperatures on the way in my 7-day. I'll share that with you here in a little bit. Anthony and Natalie.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We are hearing from Tommy Lee Jones about the sudden death of his daughter this morning, what he is asking for. We'll be right back.
Driving costs.
Welcome back. It is 6:13 now. We're so glad you're with us on this Monday morning. Taking a live look outside, a little bit warmer out there. And here's a look at today's top stories.
Yeah, the big one, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, they are expected to appear today in a Manhattan court. Maduro was taken into custody in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. These two will be charged with drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, though the country's vice president is the acting leader.
The elevated station locally here at State Lake is closed today. It's not going to reopen anytime soon. It's going to be 2029 before it is finally back. They're redoing the whole thing. The CTA is overhauling the station. CTA says the 130-year-old station will have a modern facility that'll be more safe and accessible.
All right, the regular season is in the books for the Bears. Now it is on to the playoffs. Bears lost their last game to the Lions, 19-16. Now, even though they lost, so did the Eagles, so kind of dodged a bullet there. That gives the Bears still the #2 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round. Huge game there. Okay, Chicago police and other news, they are looking for a person of interest for a homicide in Little Village that happened last month. Police sharing this video of the incident. Tough to make out who it is, but police marked the person of interest with that red arrow you just saw there. Police say this person shot a woman who was inside a vehicle on West 23rd Place back on December 19th. So if you see that video, recognize anything about it, know anything, give police a call.
People visit a memorial for the 40 killed in a New Year's bar fire in Switzerland. Responders who had been called to the scene are also on hand to pay their respects. Residents say their community is struggling to process the tragedy. 119 others were hurt. Swiss investigators say they have identified all of the victims, but they have not released all of their names just yet. Most of the victims were teenagers. The youngest was 14. Sparklers on champagne bottles were blamed for the fire. Police have opened a criminal investigation.
The trial of a former school police officer in Uvalde, Texas is expected to start this week. Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 felony counts of abandoning or endangering a child. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in this attack back in 2022 at Robb Elementary School. More than 400 officers waited over an hour to kill the suspect. The trial is expected to last 7 weeks.
The family of Victoria Jones is asking for privacy. She was the daughter of Tommy Lee Jones, who was found dead in a San Francisco hotel room last week. Police say her death was not suspicious, but no one had said what happened to her ultimately. The Jones family says it appreciates the support it's gotten. Victoria Jones was 34.
The former leader of Venezuela is due in a New York federal courthouse today.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife were taken from Venezuela over the weekend. Doug Luzader has more.
An astonishing overnight raid in Caracas. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in custody and waking up this morning in a New York detention facility. And President Trump last night talking about what's next for Venezuela.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
We're in charge.
There have been celebrations in the wake of Maduro's ouster, even as Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's vice president, has now been sworn in as the country's new leader. She offered a somewhat conciliatory statement on her Facebook page. We prioritize moving towards balanced and respectful international relations between the United States and Venezuela.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating with your administration?
No, but she's cooperating.
The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting today over the developments. And on Capitol Hill, we expect a briefing for congressional leaders about the operation, with many Democrats angry they were not in the loop.
They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilian as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress.
All right, let's loop Doug in right now. So, Doug, we just heard the president say we're in charge, that the U.S. is now running Venezuela. 2 big questions. Is that legal, and can the U.S. run another country?
Well, you know, it sounds like it's kind of running it from afar, you know, in terms of still letting a government, you know, run the day-to-day operations there in Venezuela. The former vice president, as we mentioned, who has now been elevated to president, is kind of overseeing day-to-day operations. There's just going to be a question of whether that person has is more in line with U.S. interests than the person she replaced, than Maduro. And Delcy Rodriguez, the now leader of Venezuela, was a Maduro loyalist, and yet she is indicating perhaps a willingness to work with the United States. And then there's the question, of course, of how we administer ultimately the oil industry there, which has been, you know, severely damaged just through, you know, just through old age. It's been ignored, and, you know, at some point, the idea for the administration is to get U.S. oil companies to go in there and invest in infrastructure.
Doug, can you talk a little bit about, you know, President Trump was saying Cuba is next to fall. Can you talk a little bit about the logistics of that, and also how this could impact Russia and China ultimately?
Well, you have a lot of different countries that could be impacted here. Russia, China, you know, they certainly got oil from Venezuela. Cuba was pretty reliant on Venezuelan oil as well. And Cuba had very strong ties with the Maduro regime. There were a number of Cubans that were apparently killed during this extraction process to get Maduro out of there. And, you know, you have discussion about Colombia as well. Is that going to be the next, you know, the next domino to fall here, as well as Greenland? We have the president again talking about U.S. strategic interest in Greenland. So this is a kind of a robust vision for U.S. influence in the Western Hemisphere.
All right, Doug Luzader in Washington for us this morning. Thank you for the update, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's send things over to Mike Kaplan for a look at how this work week is starting off. A lot of people revving the engines back up here after winter breaks over for us, teachers, students back in class.
Absolutely.
How are we doing outside?
And it feels pretty good by January 5 standards out there, with the temperatures that are headed up well into the 40s, I think, for the next several days. And I think I've got a couple of days here where we can hit 50 degrees. We're going to see a good deal of morning sunshine, but cloud cover will start to filter in here this afternoon. And I think what we're going to have happen tonight is fog will form. And with that fog might be a little bit of drizzle, but temperatures are going to stay well above freezing all night long. So I see no frozen precipitation in here. This is tomorrow morning, and you see a little bit of precipitation here and there, mainly some drizzle. The bulk of the activity is going to be north of the city, and more so in Wisconsin and Michigan than anywhere in Chicagoland. But there will be quite a bit more cloud cover, and there could be a brief shower tomorrow afternoon or evening almost anywhere. But again, temperatures are going to be so mild, there's nothing frozen happening. It will be liquid precipitation and light at most. But here we are on Wednesday, and at noon, skies have cleared. You know what that means? Much warmer than what will already be a pretty warm forecast for the first 2 days this week. Let's go for 44 today, increasing cloud cover, but you'll see some sun. Tonight, fog, some drizzle, maybe a brief shower with a low temperature of 38 degrees. And then that 7-day forecast, a pair of 50s Wednesday and Thursday. Looks like we'll get some rain Thursday night and Friday ahead of a shot of colder air Saturday. Bears game weather, though, looks like we'll have temperatures in the upper 20s. Sky Fox able to fly this morning. Gabriella, looks like we have a little crash somewhere.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? And I'm wondering if they're closing all of the lanes northbound to Saddle Lakeshore Drive near 57th. That's where I know we're near, right next to Jackson Park here. Or if this is just kind of an exit in order to head off onto Jackson. So I'll get you more updated here. But yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty serious crash. Tow trucks already on scene, maybe a little bit of investigation going on here before they're able to reopen this road. But let's revisit here in a second. Let's take a look at our overview map where we have that earlier crash on the Dan Ryan inbound at 87th. That has cleared. It's over on State Street now. It's doing a little more of an investigation there, but traffic is starting on I-57 and the Bishop Ford, which, as we know, on a busy morning like today's supposed to be, as everyone's back from holiday break, that's the first to get kind of bumped up. But 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. Under that, still on the Stevenson Eisenhower, and around 30 on the Kennedy for your inbound trip. Let's take a look at our trains. BNSF train inbound going at 12:06, scheduled for Chicago here at 6 o'clock. It's operating up to 15 minutes behind. It's due to freight train interference going on. Again, I'll keep you updated on this crash. Know exactly what's happening on this northbound side of LSD at 57th. I'll give you a closer look here very soon. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. With what happened in Venezuela, what's going on with Greenland, what Denmark is now saying about that dynamic, that's when we come back.
Right now at your local Ashley.
Welcome back. Amazon hoping to build a retail development in Orland Park, the 35-acre site located at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Amazon says the store would offer a wide selection of products, including groceries. There could be dining locations as well. Orland Park's Planning Commission is expected to discuss the proposed site during a meeting on Tuesday.
A suspected drunk driver goes flying in Las Vegas. Video, look at that, shows the car smashing through a brick wall, spiraling through the air, landing right next to a pool. The suspected drunk driver also tore down part of the roof. It scattered debris everywhere. Now, the homeowner says he was about to hop into his hot tub next to the wall right before the driver barreled into that backyard oasis. Now, the president is implying that the U.S. could still try to take Greenland. Since starting his second term, the president has been pushing the U.S. to take control of Greenland from Denmark. On Air Force One, the president told reporters that Cuba could be ready to fall and said the U.S. needed Greenland for national security reasons. Denmark's prime minister says that doesn't make sense, with Denmark a part of NATO and the U.S. having full access to Greenland.
California looking at a new billionaire tax to pay for health care. State lawmakers have proposed a one-time 5% wealth tax. They say it would raise $100 million. Supporters say it's vital to protect vulnerable residents. Critics, which include California Governor Gavin Newsom, say it would drive wealth out of the state. Now, there is a chance that proposal could end up on the November ballot for voters to decide. And Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan submitted her resignation over the weekend. She was found guilty last year of obstructing federal agents. She helped an undocumented immigrant escape from ICE in the courthouse. She has not been sentenced just yet, but she does face up to 5 years in prison.
All right, well, it's going to be relatively nice here, relatively speaking, to what January could be. Things are not so great in Western New York. Look at this video right there. They got the first big lake effect snow of 2026. A lot of people digging out from over a foot. The National Weather Service says people should just stay home in that region. You know they won't. They'll go out anyway. They're used to it in that part of New York. Buffalo, remember those images of like, homes covered?
Yes, yes. And they have very sophisticated snow removal equipment there. But look, when it's snowing 2-3 inches an hour, you know, good luck.
Yeah.
But there were some spots in Oswego County and in Jefferson County off of Lake Ontario that had more than 5 feet of snow. Yikes. Here, barely any snow at all in the foreseeable future. I've got one little minor chance for some snowflakes in the 7-day forecast, which is characterized by warmth. Coming right up.
Fox 32 News.
Good Monday morning, everybody, and welcome back to Good Day Chicago here at 6 o'clock. Appreciate you being here.
We certainly do. Here's some of the top stories we're following for you this morning. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are expected in a Manhattan courtroom today. He was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. They will be charged with drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela through the country's, though I should say the country's vice president is the acting leader sworn in over the weekend.
The elevated station at State and Lake closed today, and guess what? It won't reopen until sometime in 2029. The CTA is completely overhauling this station. CTA says it could upgrade this thing to a more modern facility within the next, I guess it's going to be 3 years. It's 130 years old, and this upgrade will make it more safe, more accessible as well.
The regular season over for the Bears, and it's on to the playoffs. The Bears lost their last game to the Lions 19-16. Even though they lost, so did the Eagles, and that gives the Bears the #2 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round. All right, Mike Kaplan is standing by. Let's take a live look here along the lakefront. Beautiful view, Mike.
Nice.
I mean, it really is. It has. I have not gone outside because I have been very sick the last several days. I'm better now, but what I hear is that it's warmer outside.
Oh, it definitely is, and it will be much warmer this afternoon. And this is not even going to be the warmest day of the week. I think we've got 2 50-degree days on the way here, provided we get enough sunshine. I really think it's going to happen. Today, look, we're going to see an increase in cloud cover, but we're in the middle of a thaw now. 40s and perhaps a couple of 50s all work week. Right now, temperatures overnight have hit freezing or above for the first time this year. Fog, drizzle, perhaps a little bit of light rain possible tomorrow, especially north and in the morning. And then rain is likely Thursday night and Friday, but that's rain and not snow. Skies are clear at O'Hare right now. It's 33 degrees. Not a lot of wind. Southwest at 9 miles per hour. So we have a little bit of a wind chill. Feels like 25 degrees. But the light beginning to come up out there. You're going to see some sunshine today. But you don't want to look at all of the brake lights from parked traffic. This is Lakeshore Drive, Gabby?
This is, Lakeshore Drive going northbound. And it's actually near Marquette Drive. This makes a lot more sense. I was pretty confused when I was seeing all those turning lanes. This is just as you're getting into Jackson Park. And you have either the option to continue on to Marquette or go back onto DeSable Lakeshore Drive. The northbound side of Lakeshore Drive is going to be closed from Marquette pretty much until Hayes because of this 2-vehicle crash. They just moved one of the cars that was involved in this, and they're waiting, I think, just to pick up this other one. So I'm hesitant to give you an alternate route, but I guess you could take Stony Island if you want to save yourself a couple of minutes. But I think that this should be cleared very soon, and northbound traffic can continue. Southbound side of Lakeshore Drive is unaffected in this area, so that's a good news. I'll give you an update on this, plus some drive times here coming up. I'll send it to you, Natalie and Anthony.
Gabby, thank you so much. Well, 3 years seems like a long time away, and that is because it is a long time away.
That's right. That is how long that we're going to have to wait to use the State and Lake station again, the L station there. Roseanne is live with more. Hi, Roseanne.
Hi, that's right. There's no way to sugarcoat a 3-year project. Today is demolition day, though, and things are getting underway. We're seeing some people moving about on the elevated station here at State and Lake, which is shut down now for this massive project. It is one of the oldest and busiest stations, though, so it's definitely showing its age. The upgrades on the way include new elevators. There's a glass canopy for weather protection. We got these renderings from the CTA that show how beautiful the remodeled station is set to look. They also plan to improve the lighting. They're making the platforms a little bit wider. It is a full reconstruction meant to modernize the station and make it safer. The majority of demolition will be overnight, we're told, from 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. Each day, there will be intermittent road closures and detours in the area. Starting today, for example, Lake Street is only open to local traffic between Dearborn and Wabash. Bus stops will stay open on State Street, and pedestrians can still get through. They need to watch for detour signs. One CTA rider we talked to called the project annoying but needed.
Look too much into the plans. I just know that they're redoing it, and I'm not hopeful it's going to stay on track, but we'll see.
but he said he only has to walk about an extra block. Loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to go to Washington and Wabash and Clark and Lake Street stations, as you see on this map. The Lake Red Line subway station will remain open to transfer between the Lake Red Line subway and the Loop elevated lines. The CTA says use Washington and Wabash. So thousands of people are going to be impacted, and as you pointed out, it's going to be for a very long time. 2029 is the date that they're planning to complete this complete renovation of the State and Lake Station. I should say construction. This one's going bye-bye, starting in just a couple of hours, or an hour. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Roseanne, for staying on top of it for us. In the meantime, police are investigating a deadly shooting in the 800 block of West Garfield just before 10 o'clock last night. Police say a 43-year-old man was standing outside when he was shot by someone in a white SUV. The victim asked a CTA bus driver for help, and that bus driver called 911. The 43-year-old man was hospitalized, but sadly later died. Police also investigating a shooting on Southwestern. Police say two people, they were in a car when another SUV pulled up and started shooting at them. A 21-year-old woman was hit in the arm and the back. She is in critical condition. A 37-year-old man in that car also hit in the arm. He is in good condition. Police have not said anything about suspects. Well, really, it depends on who you ask today, who actually is in charge of Venezuela.
We're sorting through this with Brian Jackson, who's here in studio. Brian?
Well, President Trump says that the U.S. is the ones running Venezuela, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio does not agree with that. Rubio says that the U.S. will not be in the business of governing Venezuela day to day. He says the U.S., though, will enforce the existing oil quarantine, that Venezuela's vice president has become the country's acting leader. President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are due in a Manhattan court later today.
It was a law enforcement proceeding to capture someone who has been indicted on some very serious charges of killing Americans, much different than a military move against a military adversary.
Many of my colleagues want to avoid voting if at all possible, but to say this isn't a military action that requires congressional authorization, I think is to put your head in the sand.
The president said that the White House did not notify Congress before the operation, partly because they were afraid of leaks that could endanger service members. Natalie?
Well, Brian, locally, the reaction to what is happening in Venezuela is mixed. There was a gathering of people in Schaumburg who say they support the people of Venezuela. Others say the U.S. attack wasn't about drugs, it was about oil. But most people say this is a good thing that Maduro is gone.
A dictatorship has killed and committed a lot of crimes in our country during 25 years, more than 25 years, actually. All right? So we are here celebrating. We, the Venezuelans, support what President Trump is doing. We are not against it. We support it. Every Venezuelan around the world, and we're talking about 10 million Venezuelans around the world, are supporting this.
Some of the protesters say taking out Maduro was a first step, but it's still not safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country.
As you would expect, there is a travel warning today about going to Venezuela. The U.S., Canada, and other countries say the people should not visit there because of the protests. Demonstrations in Caracas have included burning American flags. The FAA has restricted airspace in the Caribbean and Venezuela with no commercial flights operating in or out of the country. That advisory says the U.S. government cannot provide emergency services to Americans there at this time.
Pope Leo says Venezuela needs to remain an independent country. Last month, he had asked the president not to use military force to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. He also says, though, there should be respect for human rights and the rule of law outlined in Venezuela's constitution. The co-creator of a TV series is reacting to the internet connecting to its current events in Venezuela. Have you heard this? Amazon's Jack Ryan featured an episode in 2019 where the title character said Venezuela was the most threatening country on earth because of its oil and gold reserves and its importance to all the big players as well. The co-creator of the show, Carlton Cuse, says the goal was not prophecy, it was plausibility. He says it's always strange when the real world catches up to fiction.
Okay, it's on to the playoffs for the Bears, though they did not end the regular season the way they wanted to. Got down to Detroit 16-0 before rallying to tie the game in the fourth quarter. It was a nice little comeback. Looked like things were going the Bears' way there for a bit. However, Detroit was able to march right down the field at the end for the game-winning kick. 19-16, they won it. And Bears not too happy after the game.
Not good enough. Not good enough to win this game, not good enough to win, the upcoming games. And so we got to get better, all sides of the ball. But speaking on offense, whatever happens on the other side of the ball, it's not something that we can control. So we have to control what we can, and we got to come out starting fast, being better, and, we'll do that here coming up.
Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
All right, good news here. The Bears still hold the number 2 seed because Philly lost to Washington. Bears will host the Packers Saturday night, 7 o'clock. That game will be televised right here on Fox Chicago.
We will all be tuned in. Yeah. We cannot wait. Mike Kaplan, I've been looking forward to these warmer temperatures that you are anticipating this week.
It's happening. This is going to be a very mild week, a little January thaw on the way here with a lot of 40s, and I think a couple of days it could get in the 50s. Won't get the 50 today, but we've got 33 at O'Hare and Midway right now. That's already warmer than the normal high on this date. 27 at Aurora, LaSalle, Peru, 34. 34 at Gary, 32 Michigan City, and in Maryville along US 30, it is 32 degrees. There's not a lot of wind out there, so the wind chill kind of a non-player this morning. We have mainly clear skies out there right now, but there will be an uptick in cloud cover. You can see that assembling off to the west. So I'm going to say becoming mostly cloudy here this afternoon. Our futurecast is picking up on a little bit of that cloud cover increase, but it still thinks it's going to be pretty sunny. Now, it nailed a couple days last week despite my objections, so we'll see. It's me versus futurecast. Here's where I think we're in lockstep, and that is that by tomorrow morning, we're going to see quite a bit of cloud cover, some drizzle, some fog, and there might be a bona fide shower as well. I think any heavier precip is going to be Wisconsin and Michigan's problem. During the afternoon, can't rule out a brief shower also, but rainfall is going to be light, and I just think any precipitation that does come down tomorrow will be in the form of a liquid. Wednesday, cloud cover retreating, and that's going to feel really warm here. I've got a 7-day forecast with a pair of 50s for you. Natalie, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come for you here on Good Day Chicago. There is a state looking to tax billionaires. Why it says it has to, and who says, a surprising person, that it's a bad idea. Amazon wants to make a delivery to the suburbs, what it is looking to drop off. And if you think real winter is a real headache, well, you wouldn't be far off. Why science says could be right. We'll be right back.
Fox 32 News is brought
Welcome back. The sun, look at it, wants to come up. Looks beautiful out there. It's 6:46 on your Monday morning. We appreciate you being here.
And here's a look at some of your top stories. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are expected in a Manhattan court today. He was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. They will be charged with drug trafficking along with other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, though the country's vice president is the acting leader.
All right, the L stop at State and Lake closed today, and it will not be reopening anytime soon. It's going to be 2029 before it is back online. The CTA is overhauling the station. CTA says the 130-year-old station will have a modern facility that'll be both more safe and more accessible.
The regular season is over for the Bears, so now it's on to the playoffs. Unfortunately, the Bears lost their last game to the Lions, 19-16. Even though they lost, so did the Eagles. And that gives the Bears the #2 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round.
Chicago police are looking for a person of interest in a homicide in Little Village last month. Police shared video of the incident. Look at where the red arrow is. That's where they want to direct your attention. Kind of tough to make out who's in this image, but police marked it there with the red arrow, and police say this person shot a woman who was inside a vehicle back on December 19th on West 23rd Place. If you do know anything, call police.
People come to a memorial for the 40 killed in a New Year's bar fire in Switzerland. Responders who had been called to the scene were also on hand to pay their respects. Residents say their community is struggling to process this tragedy. 119 others were hurt. Swiss investigators say they have identified all of the victims. They have not released all of the names. Most of the victims were teenagers, the youngest 14. Sparklers on champagne bottles were blamed for the fire. Police have opened a criminal investigation.
The trial of a former school police officer in Uvalde, Texas is expected to start this week. Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 felony counts of abandoning or endangering a child. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in this attack back in 2022 at Robb Elementary School. More than 400 officers waited over an hour to kill the suspect. The trial is expected to last 7 weeks.
Amazon hoping to build a retail development in Orland Park. The 35-acre site is located at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Amazon says the store would offer a wide selection of products, including groceries. There could be dining locations there as well. Orland Park's Planning Commission expected to discuss the proposed site during a meeting on Tuesday.
The president is implying that the U.S. could still try to take Greenland. Since starting his second term, President Trump has been pushing for the U.S. to take control of Greenland from Denmark. On Air Force One, the president told reporters Cuba could be ready to fall and said the U.S. needed Greenland for national security reasons. Meantime, Denmark's prime minister says Trump's remarks here don't make any sense, with Denmark a part of NATO and the U.S. having full access to Greenland.
California looking at a new billionaire tax to pay for health care. State lawmakers have proposed a one-time 5% wealth tax. They say it would raise $100 million. Supporters say it is vital to protect vulnerable residents, but critics, which include California Governor Gavin Newsom, say it would drive wealth out of the state. There is a chance the proposal could end up on the November ballot for voters to decide.
A judge has ruled a man accused of planting pipe bombs around Washington, D.C. back in 2020 will remain in jail while he awaits trial. The judge said the suspect's past alleged actions could make him a threat. He's accused of planting bombs outside the Democratic and Republican National Committees' offices just before the January 6th Capitol attacks. He faces 2 explosives-related charges. We'll keep you posted on that. Meantime, the House Oversight Committee is set to hold hearings on fraud and misuse of federal funds in Minnesota's social services programs. Chairman James Comer says the first hearing will happen January 7th with Minnesota state officials who investigated the fraud. Comer has also invited Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to testify on the 10th of February. Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program is under investigation and scrutiny right now for potentially misusing taxpayer money.
Today is the final day for Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was once a key ally of the president, but they had a major falling out when she was critical of how the Jeffrey Epstein files were handled. Before leaving office, Greene blasted Trump on the U.S. covert operation in Venezuela and the ousting of Nicolas Maduro. Greene said the move goes against the America First message that Trump ran on and said the focus should be on jobs, housing, and health care at home. Anytime you have said that winter's a real headache, you know what? You're probably right. Experts say winter weather can cause migraines. The changes in the atmosphere impact the sinuses, and if you can't stay inside, doctors say the best idea is to bundle up your head and neck to keep it out of the cold, so that should help you out.
Oh, Nat, our thoughts were with you all week.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Anthony.
Everything's moved through, and
Yeah.
but yes, Mike, this has been a rough year, illness-wise, for a
Flu
lot of
season.
folks.
Yeah, we keep reporting on how it's the biggest flu season in a long time.
Yeah.
So we at least have weather taking a turn, I think, for the better. We have a warming trend out of the way. Kids going back to school, though, look, they need a winter coat. Give them the hat and gloves, too. But on the way home, they probably aren't going to want to wear the gloves or the hat. It'll be 44 degrees at 3 o'clock. Early sunshine becoming cloudier through the day. And tonight, we're going to get a little bit of fog, maybe some drizzle in there. Most of the cloud cover is pushed out of the area, but you see to the west some cloud cover assembling. That will be moving in here later today. So I'm going to say becoming mostly cloudy, but it's going to be a pretty bright day. 44 degrees. I'll take that. Southwest winds at 5 to 15, so not a super windy day. Tonight we have a couple issues. One will be the likelihood of fog forming. Second would be some drizzle. But temperatures are going to be above freezing. So this is going to be liquid coming out of the sky, and not everybody's going to get anything, and nobody's getting much. Tomorrow, especially morning, especially north, there could be a little bit of light rain coming down, and there may even be a brief shower in the afternoon, but it's not a big deal. We'll hit 46 degrees, and then skies become, at worst, partly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 50 as a result of increased sunshine. I think we can tag 50 degrees on Thursday as well. Ahead of a storm system, it'll bring us almost exclusively rain. It'll be raining through Friday, but on Saturday, on the backside, there might be a little bit of snow as the colder air comes in here. Of course, we have the Bears-Packers game right here on Fox 32 Saturday night. Soldier Field, temperature should be in the upper 20s. And then a colder day Sunday, but that 32, that is still pretty much normal for this time of year. 6:54, let's get a pre-7 a.m. check of the traffic conditions with Gabriella.
Hey, good morning, Mike. People are definitely back from vacation. We're seeing a little bit higher travel times here at 6:50, almost 7 o'clock. Here's a look at the Eisenhower. We're going outbound with some traffic. It's just a 30-minute drive going outbound from downtown all the way to Route 390. It looks like someone may be getting stopped, maybe getting a love note there off the outbound side of the Eisenhower. Going inbound, this is where you're going to see a majority of your traffic a little bit closer to Wolf Road. So keep that in mind if you're going in. Let's take a look at your travel times for some of the other expressways. Well, the Eisenhower is the same outbound as it is inbound, 30 minutes. 30 as well on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. 30 on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And Dan Ryan really hasn't been able to recover since that earlier crash near 87, so 25 minutes for inbound trip in. Let's take a look at your trains. From the Blue Line, O'Hare-bound trains are standing at Harlem. It's due to a mechanical problem going on. I'll keep you updated on this and much more. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Gabby, thank you so much. Doctors say 2026 is the year to focus on your heart. The American Heart Association says more people die from heart attacks in January than in any other month. Doctors say regular exercise and cutting the stress are the best things you can do.
Sure. So the number one thing is reduce friction for good habits. So for instance, if you want to work out in the morning, some people they take out their workout clothes and their running shoes next to the bed. So in the morning, they're suddenly ready to go. For myself, many times I unroll my yoga mat or workout mat and put it in front of the TV. So all day long, it's staring at me.
That's a good little strategy he's got there. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for both men and women. Kills about 700,000 people every year in the U.S.
My goodness.
Yeah.
We've got plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead for you. Keep it right here.
He must be Doc Martin.
Dr. Best.
Well, the next time you tell somebody to muffle it, you can mean that literally. A company in Japan has introduced the MuTalk. This is a Bluetooth mouthpiece. It covers your mouth and muffles your voice when you're on the phone. Company says the device has 2 settings, one for regular talkers, one for really loud talkers. It claims when using it, even someone right next to you won't be able to make out what you're saying.
Ah, excellent. Great for use on public transportation,
Totally,
right?
yes.
All right, once again, the Jets are the Jets. Yeah, the NFL started tracking interceptions back in 1933. Since then, no team has ever gone a full season without recording one until now. Enter the 2025 New York Jets. They got 0 interceptions this year. That broke the 49ers record set in 2018 of 2 interceptions on the year. Wow. Makes it worse. The Jets are coached by former defensive back Aaron Glenn, who had 41 interceptions in his career. That is quite the feat. Mike is just shaking his...
Wow,
not one.
They're a bad team. Oh, they're bad. They're bad.
All right. If you have a bucket list, Cinemark wants you to use it. It'll host its Bring Your Own Bucket for Popcorn on the 18th and 19th. You can bring any size bucket with a limit of up to 400 ounces to have it filled. And you might be asking, what is 400 ounces? You can't take that on a plane. Glad you asked, though. It is 25 pounds.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And developing right now, the former leader of Venezuela is moved from a jail in Brooklyn and is on his way to make his first court appearance. What the world is saying about the U.S. taking Nicolas Maduro.
A big change comes today. It'll have a big impact on you taking the CTA.
And the Bears are done with the regular season, but not in the way they want it to go out. What they are saying about their loss to Detroit.
And you know, about this time a year or so ago, it was -10. We looked it up. So it's safe to say you're going to love the forecast today.
It was
if that's what we're comparing it to. Oh!
Wow. Okay, I remember last winter being relatively easy, but here, we thank you for joining. It was easy.
It was. Hardly any snow.
Yeah,
hardly
that's
any
right.
snow.
And we've got upwards of, what, 18, 20 inches thus far, right?
And a lot of it came in November. December was only slightly above normal for snowfall. And I've got no big snowstorms in the forecast, I think, for at least the next 2 weeks. So
fantastic.
Bad news if you're into snow, you want to get the snowmobile out or have a snow plowing business. But what we have is a week of mild temperatures on the way. And that includes today. I think we can get into the low to mid 40s with ease. 33 degrees at 9. At noon, not that cold with 39, not very windy. And at 4 o'clock, I think it'll be about the time of our high, 44. Cloud cover is going to increase. Out there right now, we're seeing a good deal of that. Well, look at that beautiful sky. My goodness, there behind Planetarium. Kind of blew me away how pretty that was. 32 right now at O'Hare. South-southwest wind at 10. Wind chill. It feels like 24 degrees. That's not that bad. Your hands aren't going to freeze in 30 seconds like sometimes when we have these bitter wind chills. But a bunch of 40s and even a couple of days this week that might be warmer than the 40s. Gabriella, you're starting with choo-choo.
Yeah, Southwest service. We have a little delay here. Inbound train 804 scheduled to leave 179th Orland Park at 6:37. It's delayed. It's actually stopped right now because of mechanical issues. So hopefully that's up and running here soon. But check your Metro app because that might continue into some other trains leaving later on this morning. We are on the outbound side of the Eisenhower where it looks like maybe a little fender bender, maybe a little love note being given out here. But on your inbound side, you're looking at 30 minutes from Route 390 to the old post office. That's about the same on the Kennedy and on the Stevenson. A new crash reported near where the Stevenson meets the Dan Ryan. I'll give you more information on that. Outbound side looking okay as well. But yeah, it looks like just a little bit of flashers going on there. I'll keep you updated on much more. I'll send it back to you guys right now.
Thank you, Gabby. Well, the next time you can use the State and Lake Station, and this is not a statistic I would know, but our producer David does. The country will have a new president. I could have told you that. And there will have been 2 new Avengers movies the next time you can use that station.
What we're saying is it's going to be a long time. All right, Roseanne Tejas is live at State and Lake with more. Roseanne.
Wow, put that way, that really hurts. But yeah, people are beginning to realize how long that really means, right? The station is closed. The State and Lake Elevated Station closed this morning. And work is underway. We see the workers up there right now, as a matter of fact. They're just starting today. But we're told the majority of the demolition will be overnight from 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. The CTA station is 130 years old. It's one of the oldest, but it's also one of the busiest, and it will now be fully reconstructed. Beginning today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only between Dearborn and Wabash. I want to tell you about, that, some of the street closures. Bus stops will stay open on State Street, but pedestrians need to watch for detour signs throughout this construction project. Now, upgrades on the way. Want to talk about the bright side. New elevators, a glass canopy for weather protection, better lighting, wider platforms. A lot of CTA riders we talked to say, boy, it is time for improvements. They said overall they consider the project a minor inconvenience.
The State and Lake stop is shut down for the near future, which makes us get off about 2 blocks up at the Clark and Lake. If it all pans out, it's just an extra 3 minutes to the building. So it doesn't really impact me much.
Right. How about the thought of that new and improved station in 3 years?
For a few $1 billion, I hope it's everything they say it's going to be.
Yes, expectations are high, even though the wait will be long. The loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, and Clark and Lake Street stations. We should have a graphic showing you those. The Lake Red Line subway station will remain open. And to transfer between the Lake Red Line subway and the loop elevated lines, the CTA says use the Washington Wabash station. Once again, that new and improved station will be ready in 2029, and that is 3 years and another presidential administration off. Thanks to David for pointing that out. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, time is now 7:05 this morning. There's some new developments now in the drug trafficking case involving Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who was captured over the weekend. Just moments ago, he was moved from a notorious jail in Brooklyn and then moved into federal custody so that he can face a U.S. judge for the first time. Maduro and his wife face drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. The judge will likely order them held without bond. We believe Maduro's attorneys will argue that it was not legal for the United States to arrest and remove him from Venezuela. President Trump says the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela, though retired military analysts say that's not necessarily how that will work.
The military can't do regime change. We've seen that in Iraq. We're not successful at it. But I do think you'll see the military as security forces with some of the petroleum and the oil refineries that the United States looks to kind of take over and make sure that things are going and operating well.
The vice president of Venezuela is their current acting leader. She says that her people deserve peace and not war. U.S. forces, though, will keep oil tankers on a sanctions list from leaving the country. Natalie?
Brian, locally, the reaction to what is happening in Venezuela is mixed. There was a gathering of people in Schaumburg who say they supported the people of Venezuela. Others say the U.S. attack wasn't about drugs, it was about oil. But most people say it is a good thing that Maduro is gone.
A dictatorship has killed and committed a lot of crimes in our country during 25 years, more than 25 years, actually. All right? So we are here celebrating. We, the Venezuelans, support what President Trump is doing. We are not against it. We support it. Every Venezuelan around the world, and we're talking about 10 million Venezuelans around the world, are supporting this.
Some of the protesters say taking out Maduro was a first step, but it's still not safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country.
All right, with everything happening in Venezuela, Congress is set to return today, and that is not the only thing on the agenda. Congress has less than a month to reach a deal to avoid another government shutdown. Packed agenda, dozens of bills on the agenda to prevent a stalemate again. Now, Democrats want those enhanced subsidies to remain in effect to help Americans pay for their health care plans. Republicans want spending levels to stay where they are.
I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to start this week. And I think we can get it done by the end of the month. If we have to go an extra week or two, again, pass another continuing resolution, we should do that and get these bills out of the way and then move on to the next fiscal year.
The next shutdown deadline hits on January 30th.
Back here at home, police investigating a deadly shooting in the 800 block of West Garfield just before 10 last night. Police say a 43-year-old man was standing outside when he was shot by someone in a white SUV. The victim asked a CTA bus driver for help, and that driver called 911. The 43-year-old man was hospitalized and later died. Police also investigating a shooting on Southwestern. Police say 2 people were in a car when another SUV pulled up and started shooting. A 21-year-old woman was hit in the arm and the back. She is in critical condition. A 37-year-old man in the car also hit in the arm. He is in good condition. Police have not said anything about suspects.
A sentencing hearing is expected to start today for a double homicide that happened in Chinatown about 6 years ago now. In February of 2020, police say that Alvin Thomas approached 2 men, demanded money from them before shooting both of them. The judge says the mandatory sentence here is life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Switching gears, it's on to the playoffs for the Bears. Although they did not end the regular season the way they wanted to, they got down to Detroit by 16 points. They didn't even put up a single point in the first half before they did rally to tie the game up in the fourth quarter. However, Detroit was able to march down the field for the game-winning field goal for a 19-16 victory. Bears were not really happy after the game.
Not good enough. Not good enough to win this game, not good enough to win, the upcoming games. And so we got to get better, all sides of the ball. But speaking on offense, whatever happens on the other side of the ball, it's not something that we can control. So we have to control what we can, and we got to come out starting fast, being better, and, we'll do that here coming up.
Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
Good news here. The Bears still hold the number 2 seed because Philly lost to Washington. Bears host the Packers Saturday night at 7 o'clock right here on Fox Chicago.
7:10 now, and we want to turn toward your forecast. So we take a live look outside. Doesn't look too bad, and most of that snow is gone. If it's not yet, it will be, Mike Kaplan, probably by the end of this week.
I have, I would call it a trace of snow in our yard. There's some green of the grass you can see through, and there's some patches of white out there. I think that pretty much is the way most areas look right now. But Natalie's right. We're going to be melting snow all week long. We've got a big thaw on the way. A little while ago, this is an even more vibrant sky behind the planetarium, but you still see some color there. The cirrus clouds being illuminated by the rising sun, which is getting a little bit earlier and earlier each day by seconds, but it still counts. This is going to be a milder day. It's freezing, literally, right now at O'Hare, 32. We have a south-southwest wind at 10, so the wind chill's 24. It's not that terrible out there. Bundle up, you're going to be fine. This is not really a bitterly cold morning by any stretch. 32, pretty common number. Joliet, Midway, Maryville, Kankakee, Michigan City in that club. DeKalb, cold spot, 24 there at NIU country. We have not much wind. Most of the speeds, even the gusts, are only about 5 to 10 miles per hour. That's why the wind chill is a little bit more manageable. We're looking at a wind chill of 24 at O'Hare Midway, 28 at Gary, Aurora, and Woodstock, and they're a little bit colder where it's 21. Cloud cover. There's some high, thin cloudiness. Showed you that in our live shot. And some thicker cloud cover moving in from the west. That is why I'm going to predict a sky that will become mostly cloudy here this afternoon. But no precipitation expected until late tonight and tomorrow morning. That's when there will be likely some fog in the area and probably a little bit of drizzle. You can see a few little blips of green here. I think the steadier rain is going to be across southern Wisconsin, where there may be a little brief mix of some sleet coming in there as well. But the bulk of the precipitation tomorrow is staying to the north. Might be a brief shower in the afternoon in a few locations, but this is not a wet weather maker for us. It's all about the warmth until we get to the weekend. A little downturn in temperatures just in time for that Bears game. The 7-day forecast coming right up.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate it, sir. It's 7:12 on your Monday morning. We are going to find out how Venezuelans here in Illinois are reacting to what has happened over the weekend when we talk with the president of the Illinois-Venezuelan Alliance. That is coming up. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We're so glad you're with us on this Monday morning. It is 7:15. The regular season is over for the Bears, and it's on to the playoffs. The Bears lost their last game to the Lions 19-16. It was so hard to watch. Even though they lost, the good news is so did the Eagles, and that gives the Bears the #2 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round. The elevated station at State and Lake is closed today. It's not going to reopen anytime soon. It's going to be 2029 before it's back in operation. The CTA is overhauling the station. CTA says the 130-year-old station will have a modern facility that'll be more safe and accessible. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are expected in a Manhattan courtroom today. He was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. They will be charged with drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, although the country's vice president is the acting leader. California looking at a new billionaire tax to pay for health care there. State lawmakers have proposed a one-time 5% wealth tax. They say it would raise $100 million. Supporters say it is vital to protect vulnerable residents, but critics, and that includes the governor, Gavin Newsom, say it would drive wealth out of the state. There is a chance, though, this proposal could end up on the November ballot for voters to decide. Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan submitted her resignation over the weekend. She was found guilty last year of obstructing federal agents. She helped an undocumented immigrant escape from ICE in the courthouse. She has not been sentenced just yet, but she faces up to 5 years in prison. Today is the final day for Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was once a key ally of the president, but they had a major falling out when she was critical of how the Jeffrey Epstein files were handled. Before leaving office, Greene blasted Trump on the U.S. covert military operation in Venezuela and the ousting of Nicolas Maduro. Greene said the move goes against the America First message that Trump ran on and said the focus should be on jobs, housing, and health care at home. 7:17 now, and we've got kind of a treat in the forecast as well as this beautiful sunrise, Mike.
And do you see the sun actually coming up there?
I do see it.
How about that? That is beautiful. We have some high, thin cirrus clouds out there, and the sun is going to be able to break through that, so we'll at least have some sunshine. And now we're getting to the point where each day, sun's going to be rising just a little bit earlier. For the past couple weeks, it's been setting later, which is why our daylight time has been getting a little bit longer. Today, you're going to see some sunshine, but there will be an uptick in cloud cover. Not until I think we can hit 44 degrees for the high today. Our computer models featuring a lot of low 40s here. I think we can get to 44 today. Maybe far north, you'll be stuck only with a 39 around maybe McHenry and Lincolnshire, maybe a 39 for you there. But this is going to be mild air by early January standards, no matter what. And we'll keep this going. This isn't just like a one-day thing. Tomorrow, I think it'll be even warmer, despite the fact it's going to be cloudier. I think we can hit 46. Look at these near 50s showing up in the I-80 corridor. A really mild day. And then I think we are going to see 50s here, probably just a 50 on Wednesday and Thursday. Here you see the uptick in cloud cover approaching from the west. Boy, I'm looking at a monitor over here. That sunrise is gorgeous. 44, but becoming mostly cloudy. Southwest winds 5 to 15. Tonight, there's going to be an uptick in cloudiness. There'll be some fog. We'll see whether parts of the area get a dense fog advisory. And there'll likely be some drizzle late. Carrying over into tomorrow morning, might be an actual brief rain shower there. But then we hit 46 degrees. And look at these 50s on the way. Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday night and Friday, we get rain. That will be followed by a downturn in temperatures, which will impact the Bears game. I think game there, Soldier Field, Saturday night, 7 o'clock kickoff. Temperature ought to be about 28 degrees. Let's get it over to Gabriella now for an update on where there might be some slowdowns.
You know, Mike, we have this new crash reported. It's inbound Stevenson at Cicero Avenue. A right shoulder is blocked. We are seeing drive times go up around 35 minutes now on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Around 40 minutes now on the Eisenhower, 35 as well on the Kennedy. Closer to 30 on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. Let's go over to Northwest Indiana, though. Here's an earlier car fire still being cleaned up. It's just blocking the right shoulder and a right lane here. It's southbound on I-65 right after I-80-94. So you're going to see some traffic if you are trying to get on that ramp to the southbound side of I-65. So please keep that in mind. Let's check in with Sky Fox, because I know that they're going over to a crash reported at North and Oak Park Avenue. I believe this is over on the west side, and it looks like we see the fire truck here. I don't know if we can see the vehicles that are involved. We're still too far away. They're giving us a really nice far away shot. Thank you to the folks up in Sky Fox. But just know, obviously, there's going to be some traffic implications over in this area. Again, North and Oak Park Avenue, I believe it is. Give you an update on this as well. All right, Natalie, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. Ozempic may be changing the menu, what restaurants are doing because of it, and the return of the McRib. It's usually a national holiday. I know a lot of people look forward to it. So why is someone looking to sue over this? And Lou's going to be here to tell you what the Bears need to do against Green Bay and if there might be a Super Bowl trip in the very near future. We'll be right back.
Stream Good Day.
Welcome back. The trial of a former school police officer in Uvalde, Texas is expected to start this week. Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 felony counts of abandoning or endangering a child. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed that day in the attack back in 2022 at Robb Elementary School, and more than 400 officers waited over an hour to kill the suspect. The trial is expected to last 7 weeks. British and French warplanes carried out joint airstrikes in Syria, targeting an underground facility suspected of storing weapons and explosives for ISIS. The UK Ministry of Defense says the strike took place in the mountains north of Palmyra. They used guided bombs to target several access tunnels down to the facility. Officials say the surrounding area was away from civilians.
Amazon hoping to build a retail development in Orland Park. The 35-acre site is located at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Amazon says the store would offer a wide selection of products, including groceries. There could be dining locations as well. Orland Park's Planning Commission expected to discuss the proposed site during a meeting on Tuesday.
A suspected drunk driver goes flying in Las Vegas. Look at this video. It shows the car smashing through a brick wall there. It spirals in the air several times, does like a flip, and then lands right next to that pool. The suspected driver also tore down part of the roof. Debris was everywhere, and the homeowner says he was about to hop into his hot tub right next to that wall right before the driver barreled into his backyard oasis. Thank goodness he did not do that. All right, other news. The president is implying that the U.S. could still try to take control of Greenland. Since starting his second term, the president has been pushing for the U.S. to take control of Greenland away from Denmark. On Air Force One, the president told reporters that Cuba could be ready to fall and said that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. Denmark's prime minister says that doesn't make sense, with Denmark being a part of NATO and the U.S. having full access to Greenland.
People come to a memorial for the 40 killed in a New Year's bar fire in Switzerland. Responders who had been called to the scene were also on hand to pay their respects. Residents say their community is struggling to process this tragedy. 119 others were hurt. Swiss investigators say they have identified all of the victims. They have not released all of the names. Most of those victims were teenagers, the youngest 14. Sparklers on champagne bottles blamed for the fire. Police have opened a criminal investigation. The family of Victoria Jones is asking for privacy. She was the daughter of Tommy Lee Jones, who was found dead in a San Francisco hotel room last week. Police say her death was not suspicious. No one has said, though, what exactly happened. The Jones family says it appreciates the support it's gotten so far. Victoria Jones was 34.
A judge has ruled the man accused of planting pipe bombs around Washington, D.C. in 2020 will remain in custody while he awaits trial. The judge said the suspect's past alleged actions could make him a threat. He is accused of planting bombs outside the Democratic and Republican National Committee offices just before the January 6th Capitol attacks. He faces 2 explosives-related charges. The House Oversight Committee is set to hold hearings on fraud and misuse of federal funds in Minnesota's social service programs. Chairman James Comer says the first hearing will happen January 7th with Minnesota state officials who investigated the fraud. Comer has also invited Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to testify on February 10th. Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program is under investigation for potentially misusing taxpayer dollars. All right, well, it's going to be nice here, relatively speaking, to what January could be. It's not so great in western New York. Look at that snowfall there. They got the first big lake effect snowfall of the season. A lot of people digging out from over a foot of snow there. The National Weather Service says people should just stay home in that region, even though we know they probably won't.
I cannot believe, though, Mike Kaplan was saying some areas near there got 5 feet.
5 or 6 feet.
That is crazy. All right, if you really want to be faithful to that New Year's resolution, today is the day to start, my friends. Some experts say the Monday after a new year can be the best starting point, even better than January 1st. You get a double dose of a fresh start, new year, new week. Studies show starting before the weekend can make weight loss tougher. So today could set you up for more success. So good luck to you if you want to start those resolutions, Mike.
I'm going to start counting money like whatever those people were doing in that video there. I resolved to count more money. I am surrounded by beauty every day here with such attractive people with whom I work. But look behind me. That's gorgeous, too. A wonderful sunrise in progress. And you're going to see some sun mixing with cloud cover. But all week long, it is mild. When might there be some rain? I'll let you know when we come back.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We're so glad you're with us on this Monday. Hopefully your January is off to a fabulous start.
Yes, indeed. Back to school for a lot of kids today. There's the sun. All right, we are following a developing story in today's top headlines. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, they are in Manhattan to go before a U.S. judge. Maduro was moved just within the last hour from a jail cell in Brooklyn. He will face a U.S. judge in New York and Manhattan at 11 o'clock our time. Maduro was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. He and his wife are facing drug trafficking and other charges.
The regular season is over for the Bears, so it's on to the playoffs. It sounds so good to say that. The Bears lost their last game to the Lions, 19-16. Even though they lost, so did the Eagles. That gives the Bears the #2 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round. And a major change for commuters starts in Chicago today.
Yeah, if you're on the L, this is major. A popular CTA stop for people in the Loop closing for the next 3 years. Roseanne is live with what we all need to know here. Roseanne?
Yes, this is going to be a long haul. The State and Lake Elevated Station is closed, and the very start of demolition work is underway this morning on one of the oldest and busiest elevated stations in the city. It's 130 years old. But upgrades on the way. Well, we have some beautiful renderings of what's coming. New elevators. There's a big glass canopy planned for weather protections. There's some better lighting and wider platforms, all with an eye toward making this safer and more modernized. It will be fully reconstructed. The majority of demolition, we're told, will be overnight from 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. There will also be intermittent road closures and detours. Starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only between Dearborn and Wabash. Bus stops will stay open on State. Pedestrians can still get through. One CTA rider we talked to said the improvements will be worth the inconvenience.
It's obviously going to impact travel to the morning and whatnot, but besides that, I think it's going to be much needed, just given the city's infrastructure being so out to date. It's long overdue, but there's going to be congestion, no doubt.
Now, Loop trains will still be operating. Riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, or Clark and Lake stations. The Lake Red Line subway station will remain open with transfers, I should say, between the Lake Red Line subway and the Loop elevated lines on Washington and Wabash. That's a station you want to use if you need to transfer. Now, thousands of people will be impacted, and as you mentioned, this is a long project expected to run through 2029. But the work is underway this morning in the Loop. Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
Thank you so much, Roseanne. There are developments this morning in the capture of Venezuela's president.
Yes, Nicolas Maduro in New York right now will be going before a judge to face drug trafficking charges just a few hours from now.
And just in the last hour, Maduro was transported from a jail in Brooklyn and loaded onto a transport helicopter. He and his wife will make their first court appearances before a U.S. judge in Manhattan. Both are accused of various crimes, including narco-terrorism, with officials alleging they partnered with drug cartels to help bring cocaine into the U.S. He was first indicted on these charges all the way back in 2020. Today's court hearing in Manhattan is at 11 o'clock our time.
President Trump is again saying the United States is in charge of Venezuela. He spoke on board Air Force One last night, and this follows Saturday's arrest of Maduro and his wife during that U.S. operation. President Trump says the main focus going forward is to rebuild Venezuela by advancing its oil infrastructure.
Right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back, and we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country.
Okay, meantime, here at home, a major loss for the Chicago food scene and for the Fox Chicago family. Chef Steve Chiappetti has died. He passed away unexpectedly on Friday. He'd appeared on our station a number of times over the years, including just a few weeks ago to preview New Year's Eve. There he is with Sylvia. Chiappetti was a Southside native who helped shape the local culinary scene at many of Chicago's best restaurants. Most recently, he served as executive chef at the Albert in Streeterville. His family was also behind Chicago's oldest slaughter and packing house, Chiapetti Lamb and Veal, which was the last remaining slaughterhouse in the Chicago stockyards. Chiapetti leaves behind a wife and 2 children. He was 58 years old.
Apparently, some restaurants are rethinking portion sizes in light of the weight loss drug trend. Now that more people are using those GLP-1 medications like Ozempic and Mounjaro, Crain's Chicago reports Manny's is adding a half sandwich to its menu. The popular Chicago deli has traditionally offered 9-ounce sandwiches, but this month, Manny's will reportedly offer a sandwich with 4.5 ounces of meat.
You will not believe the numbers involved in this next story, and it's on the culinary theme here. This could make it onto a few restaurant tables in the near future. It was a massive tuna sold at auction for $3.2 million.
Wow.
A $3.2 million fish. That is a record. The buyer here was called the Kiyomura Corporation, and that corporation owns a chain of sushi restaurants. That tuna weighs 535 pounds. We can't do the math like right here and now, but that's a lot of spicy tuna rolls.
So do you think they will sell more than what they paid for it? I mean, they must,
They
right?
must. $3.2 million for the fish.
That is crazy. To be honest, though, I'm not a tuna fan.
You're not a spicy tuna? Oh, gosh.
So I will
Mike,
pass on that. If
I
it were
know
a
you
lobster,
are.
Well, yes.
Mike and I will eat your portion for you.
Okay. That's a lot.
Oh, my gosh. But that is, you say there was 500 pounds?
Yeah.
And it was $3 million?
3.2.
That's $6,000 a pound? Was my math correct on that?
I'm guessing it is because you're Mike Kaplan.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. That's a lot.
I want to do the math there.
That's a lot of hamachi coming my way.
The street value of that fish.
This is even more than that lobster that I bought off the truck.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness.
Not that long ago. Look at that beautiful sunrise, you guys, over the lake. We're going to see some sunshine today. There is going to be a general increase in cloud cover, though, so we'll go from mostly sunny, let's say, to mostly cloudy this afternoon, but it's already freezing. That 32, that's the normal high for this time of year. We're already there. South-southwest winds are blowing at 10 miles per hour. Wind chill a nominal 24. Yeah, I mean, it's cold. If you're spending a lot of time, a hat and gloves be your friend. 32 at Midway and Chicago's lakefronts, drop to 29 at Woodstock. You're one of the spots that today might not quite get to 40 degrees, but I think pretty much anywhere south of Lake Cook Road is for sure going to be getting into that 40-degree club today. Cloud cover. You can see some thicker cloudiness to the west. Those clouds will infiltrate our sky today, so it'll become mostly cloudy, but not until we have a high 44. Southwest winds at a good clip, 5 to 15. Tonight, temperatures only drop off a handful of degrees, 38 degrees, won't be very windy, and we're going to trap some moisture close to the ground. That means fog and probably some drizzle as well. Too soon to say for sure if we get a dense fog advisory. That's a possibility. Tomorrow's high 46, despite it being cloudy and a few sprinkles here and there. And then sunnier on Wednesday with a high 50. 50 again on Thursday. But then we get a storm system. It's going to be a rainmaker for us Thursday night and Friday. Friday's high 48. Behind that storm, we get some cold air, but there won't be a lot of moisture for that cold air to play with. So we're talking about a little bit of light snow on Saturday. I think weather for the Bears game looks pretty good with temperatures in the upper 20s and a high temperature of 32 on Sunday. 4 lovely photos, including a family shot here. All right, this is my brother-in-law, Doug. He's the tall one in the background. And then our nephew, Elliot, his mom, his wife, gave them tickets for Christmas to the Bears game. And that is Elliot's first Bears game. Very excited to be there. Especially in the fourth quarter when things
at least he got some excitement in the fourth before they...
Doug and Elliot, I know you guys had a lot of fun out there despite the result. Thanks for that shot there from the south end zone area. How about this? J.R. Trevino, sunset over Wheeling. I wish I could share. We had so many sunset pictures from last night because the sky just absolutely lit up. And I know a lot of you saw a scene that looked like that. J.R., beautiful picture. How about this one? Now, this is from my buddy Greg Keppen. He is a well-traveled man. Greg, you are all over the world here, and you were at about 30-something thousand feet flying back to Chicago, sitting in that shot from the port side of the airplane right over the wing. First of all, Greg, I can't believe you're, not up there in first class, but whatever. You're enjoying life to the fullest. Good picture there as the sun was going down. And then my friend Sarah Theodosopoulos, she's in Punta Cana with her husband. Do you think it's warmer there than it is here? Just looking at the palm trees and the sand there. Sarah, that's great. Love the sailboat in that shot. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. Look forward to seeing you back soon at the Palm Court in Arlington Heights. This is live over our lakefront, where skies are partly sunny now, and we're headed for the 40s. We'll be right back.
At College of Lake
Welcome back. We got to play better. That was the message last night from Bears head coach Ben Johnson. It followed a loss to the Lions as the Bears end the regular season with 2 straight losses. Now we turn our attention to the playoffs in a third meeting against the Packers. We're joined by Lou Canellis this morning. Morning to you, Lou.
Hey, good morning. What's happening, Brian?
Well, the Bears once again got off to a slow start against the Lions. They just simply can't afford to do that in the playoffs. So how do you think that gets addressed this week during practice?
Well, slow start in 2 of their last 3 games. It happened against the Packers, the last meeting in Chicago, and then it happened yesterday against the Lions. And, every player talked about being flat in the locker room afterwards. I don't understand why the Bears would come out flat against the Lions team that was playing its starters when they had every reason in the world to sit their starters since they were just riding out the season and going home following yesterday's game. So it's important. You saw the head coach afterwards. He was seething when meeting with the media. He was upset at the way his offense played. He is the leader of the offense, so he was upset at himself because of the way the offense played. And I think he was also upset at himself for not going for it on 4th and 5 on that final drive that the Bears had the football.
Yeah, you can see himself kind of mouthing to himself, man, I should have went for it. I want to talk about the defense for a second. The Lions offense, they were just kind of carving up the Bears with those crossing patterns. So what changes do you think the Bears can make on that side of the ball?
Well, they're going to have to play more zone. I'm just not sure that's the right call against a quarterback like Jordan Love. Jordan Love is much like Jared Goff, a precision passer, very accurate. Tough to blitz guys like that. Goff been in the league a long time. Love, last time Bears played Green Bay, tore up the Bears when they brought the house. So the Bears are going to have to play, in my opinion, more zone, not depend on speed of their cornerbacks. Jalen Johnson, frankly, hasn't been the same quarterback that we're used to seeing since he came back off his injury. Gardner Johnson has had a difficult time out there. We'll find out about Kyler Gordon's return. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't in time for Saturday's game, but you can't be dependent on a guy like Kyler Gordon. Bears need to do a much better job against the short passing game of the Green Bay Packers. And different than Detroit, Brian, Green Bay's got five wideouts that are healthy that they can go to. Detroit has two of the best in football, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. So the Bears are going to get the house thrown at them by these Packers.
And on the offensive side of the ball, it kind of feels like the Bears have kind of gotten away from running the football. So how important do you think it is to find that balance against Green Bay?
Well, you'll need to run the football. That way you'll have an effective play-action pass. Unfortunately, I don't think they've purposely gotten away from running the football. They couldn't get the football in yesterday's game. At one point, I think they had only run 8 plays, and we were midway through the second quarter. The last 3 games, Packers, Niners, Lions, those 3 teams have dominated the time of possession. They have doubled up the Bears in plays. You need to have the football and run plays to have it a balanced attack. And what's happened is the Bears haven't had the football, number one, and number two, they have fallen behind in games. So to not get your offense going till late in the third quarter, I mean, Caleb Williams' numbers yesterday were awful through 3.5 quarters. I think he had thrown for 66 yards. All week we spent talking about this guy throwing for 270 so, he could have 4,000 yards. And I said, wait a second. If he doesn't have 108 yards to break the franchise single-season record, we have a problem. Well, we had a problem. The Bears need the football, and they need to control the football in this game.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier, kind of towards the end of the fourth quarter. Ben Johnson was mouthing, I should have went for it. What do you think that he's learned about his team during the regular season that he can apply going into the playoffs this week?
Well, he's learned a lot. He's learned a lot about his quarterback. He's learned that he has an opportunity to use an athletic quarterback in more ways than just letting him sit in the pocket. He's learned and he has developed a running game behind arguably one of the top 3-4 offensive lines in football. He's learned a lot about his offense, and I think we'll see some of the results coming up on Saturday night. My concern is he's also learned his defense isn't very good.
Yeah.
And they've had a difficult time stopping the run recently. And if their front four doesn't get to the quarterback on its own, the defense is in trouble. His offense then is in the middle of a shootout. So some way, somehow, no one's coming to the rescue for this first playoff game where the intensity is ramped up 10 times from what it is in the regular season. Some way, somehow, the defense has to make a stop and get off the football field. It hasn't happened. Andrew Billings, who is their best defender when it comes to the run, can't play every down. Big Bill at number 97 needs a break here and there. Right now, in the middle of that D-line, he's the only guy stopping the run.
All right, looking forward to Lou. I'm sure we'll be talking to you throughout the week as we look forward to round 3 against the Packers next Saturday.
And it'll be right here on Fox.
It sure will. Tune in on Saturday at 7 p.m. for the big game. Of course, you can watch it right here on Fox Chicago, your home of the Bears. Bringing Mike Kaplan. Mike, believe it or not, Bears and Packers have only met 2 times before in the playoffs. This will be time number 3. I'm interested to see. Packers rested a lot of their starters yesterday. Their game, the Bears did not. And again, both teams plan on a short week.
Did you hear Ben Johnson with a little dig on there?
Yeah.
We played football.
Right, we
play our starters. Well, we'll see. How about this? Cleveland Browns star edge rusher. He didn't get it done against Caleb Williams. Myles Garrett did break the single-season sack record. With just over 5 minutes ago in yesterday's game, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow drops back to pass. And here comes Garrett around right end.
They're so quick.
Well, he's fast. He puts Burrow on the ground. That's Garrett's 23rd record-breaking sack of the season.
Be nice to see him in a Bears uniform next year, right?
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming.
Yeah, well, New York Jets, they made some unfortunate NFL history. They became the first team to end the season with 0 interceptions. They lost their final game of the season, 35-8 against the Bills. Jets finished the season with a disappointing record of 3-14.
Oh, boy. All right, it's a big game tonight for my alma mater, Illinois State football. Go get them, guys. They're going to play for the FCS National Championship game tonight against the Bobcats of Montana State in Nashville. ISU has actually appeared in the National Championship game in the FCS series before, back in 2014, but they lost to the Bison of North Dakota State. They beat them a few weeks ago, though. The Redbirds got a lot of alumni here rooting for them, including myself and our executive producer, Beth Kane. She's in the booth. We're going to be cheering them on tonight. Montana State, though, heavily favored.
Okay, I think the Redbirds can pull it off.
Go do it. Go do it. Brock Spack and company. Get it done there, Coach. All right. Natalie?
All right. Thanks so much, you guys. Here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9. One of the largest tech trade shows in the world kicks off this week in Las Vegas. We are live at the Consumer Electronics Show. Join us for that at 8:20. And in our 9 o'clock hour, we're talking about how to lose stubborn pounds with Dr. Ian. Keep it right here.
For
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It is 7:53, and here's a look at some of your top stories.
The regular season is over for the Bears. It's on to the playoffs. Bears, as Brian just broke down with Lou, lost their last game to the Lions 19-16. Now, even though they lost, so did the Eagles. So that still gives the Bears the number 2 seed in the NFC. Bears will host the Packers Saturday night right here on Fox 32 in the wild card round.
The elevated station at State and Lake is closed today. It's not going to reopen anytime soon. It'll be under construction until 2029. The CTA is overhauling that station. It's 130 years old. It's going to come out, though, with a modern facility that'll be more safe and accessible, they say.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are expected in a Manhattan court today. He was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. They will be charged with drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, though the country's vice president is the acting leader.
And let's check that forecast. Things are warming up here in the Chicagoland area. Looks like summertime shy. Does it not, Mike Kaplan?
Stop.
Maybe that's a stretch. Okay.
Stop with that.
All right.
But it is beautiful. We have some blue skies, a little bit of high, thin cloud cover out there. There will be an uptick in cloud cover, though, throughout the day today, but temperatures are going to be mild. We have a warm front in the vicinity, a little weak storm system that's going to pass almost directly overhead by tomorrow morning. With that, we'll be in a light wind regime. Probably going to see some fog overnight, maybe a little bit of drizzle. I think any real rain with that is going to stay off to the north. I mean, there could be a passing shower at some point tomorrow, but once we get to Wednesday, watch what happens to that cloud cover. It's heading on out of here, and that's why I think we can see a really big warm up here on Wednesday, probably a 50-degree high. Today, you're going to have to settle for 44 degrees. Rainfall amounts are going to be a few hundreds at most as we head through the day tomorrow. All right, over to you.
Thank you, Mike. And we have developments now in that horrific New Year's Eve fire at a nightclub in the Swiss Alps.
Prosecutors have begun a criminal investigation looking into the bar's 2 managers We're checking now back in with Gabriella Primus, who has the very latest developments on this story.
Yeah, you know what? We had so many questions late last week. Well, now we know the French couple is suspected of manslaughter by negligence, bodily harm by negligence, and arson by negligence. Investigators have said the likely cause of the fire at the bar was sparklers on champagne bottles that were held too close to the ceiling. Now, meanwhile, hundreds of people quietly walked through the streets of the Swiss ski resort, Crans-Montagna, to honor the 40 victims killed. Mourners were hugging and weeping as they laid flowers and candles at a growing memorial. More than 110 people were injured in the fire that quickly spread throughout the ceiling.
There are no words strong enough to express the suffering of the victims, their families, and their loved ones. There are no words strong enough to express the dismay, anguish, and anger of those who are affected in their lives today. And yet, we are here, gathered because silence alone is not enough.
Investigators are looking into the materials used to construct the bar ceilings, as well as a lack of exits. The names of the victims, they have been released, but many of them, unfortunately, are teenagers. The resort town where this happened has a drinking age of 16.
Such a sad story. Gabby, thank you so much. Class action lawsuit has been filed against McDonald's here in Illinois. Plaintiffs here believe that the fast food giant is lying about what the popular McRib is made of. The lawsuit claims the name and presentation of the McRib would lead a reasonable consumer to believe that it contained rib meat when it actually doesn't. McDonald's says it uses 100% boneless pork and that it never claimed to use rib meat. The McRib made its world debut in 1982 and has sporadically appeared on McDonald's menus ever since.
Two good things from 1982.
What was the
McRib
other?
and Natalie Bomke.
Natalie Bomke, don't leave me hanging. 1982?
That's right.
You're just a young thing.
What a year to celebrate. More Good Day Chicago next.
Wow.
Keep it here.
1982.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Right now at 8 o'clock, developments in the drug trafficking case against Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The couple has been moved from a jail in Brooklyn to a courthouse in Manhattan. And breaking news, vandals hit the home of Vice President J.D. Vance. We will have a quick reaction from the Secret Service.
Finally, get some relief from the cold temperatures out there. We are in for what will probably feel like a heat wave. Thanks so much for joining us at 8 o'clock. I'm Natalie Bomke.
I like the sound of that. I'm Anthony Ponce. Let's head over to Mike Kaplan to figure out, if we're going to get the surfboards out and the tank tops, flip-flops anytime soon.
Well, listen, for the man who takes his shirt off completely here,
oh, yes.
a tank top would be, overdressing for you, Anthony.
That's right.
All right, here's the deal. If you've got a little bit of snow on the ground, and most of us have just, like a trace, it's going to be melting here starting today. We have 40s on the way. 33 at 9 with some sunshine. Not that cold at noon, flirting with 40 by then. I think it will be cloudier this afternoon, but we're going to have a high of 44 degrees, and this is not even the warmest day of the week. Right now, freezing at O'Hare, and you see it's mostly cloudy there, but it's this type of cloudiness. It's the high, thin cirrus cloud cover, which is still transparent enough that you're going to see your own shadow, 30 or anybody else's shadow for that matter. Southwest winds at 9 miles an hour. We have a wind chill of 24. That's not too bad. Temperatures for the most part pretty close to 30. We got 34 at Joliet, 28 at Aurora, 34 at Gary. Anthony, Natalie?
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Well, it's going to be a longer walk during our Chicago winter for some L commuters.
That is because a popular CTA stop in the Loop closes today. It's going to stay closed for 3 years. Roseanne is live with more. Good morning, Roseanne.
Good morning. No one is crazy that it's going to take 3 years for them to redo the State and Lake Elevated Station. But as one woman put it, she wants them to take their time and do it right. And hopefully it will last another 130 years because that's how old this station is. But work is underway here. Demolition beginning this morning here at the CTA station at State and Lake, the Elevated. But the majority of the demolition, they tell us, will really take place at night between 9 p.m. and 5 in the morning. The CTA station, as I said, 130 years old. It's one of the busiest and one of the oldest. It will be fully reconstructed now. Starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only. That's between Dearborn and Wabash. Now, the bus stops are going to stay open on State, and pedestrians can still make their way through. But what we're hoping for by 2029 are all of these upgrades. New elevators, a glass canopy for weather protection, better lighting, wider platforms. They're saying that it will be safer and more comfortable for all the CTA riders. One of them that we talked to called the project a minor inconvenience.
3 years is a crazy amount of time. I'm sure it's necessary. Like, the scaffolding is probably pretty old and rusty, but yeah, 3 years is kind of a long time to mess with everyone's commute.
Well, Loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, or Clark and Lake Street stations. They've been doing that today. It's only a couple of blocks out of the way. No one really complaining much. The Lake Red Line subway station remains open, and to transfer between the Lake Red Line and the Loop elevated lines, the CTA says use the Washington Wabash station. Once again, the new and improved station not scheduled to reopen until 2029, but know that the elevated is closed as of this morning. In the Loop, Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you very much. All right, we have some new developments this morning in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
He is expected in court just hours from now, and Brian has the update. Brian?
Maduro and his wife are expected to appear in federal courts in Manhattan today at 11 a.m. our time. They're facing drug trafficking and other charges and are expected to plead not guilty. The two were moved a little over an hour ago from a jail in Brooklyn. This is video of that happening. They will then go before a U.S. judge who we believe will order them held without bond. Maduro's attorneys will likely argue that it was not legal for the United States to arrest and remove them from Venezuela. President Trump says that the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. will not run day-to-day operations in Venezuela. There have been protests and rallies all over the country since Maduro was arrested on Saturday. These are videos from this weekend in Chicago and in New York. Some people supporting the move while others condemned it. There was a gathering of people in Schaumburg yesterday who said that they supported the people of Venezuela. Some say that the U.S. attack wasn't about drugs, it was about oil. Others say it's a good thing Maduro is now gone.
A dictatorship has killed and committed a lot of crimes in our country during 25 years, more than 25 years actually, all right? So we are here celebrating. We, the Venezuelans, support what President Trump is doing. We are not against it. We support it. Every Venezuelan around the world, and we're talking about 10 million Venezuelans around the world, are supporting this.
Some of the protesters say that taking out Maduro was the first step, but that it's still not safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country. The question remains if other countries could eventually be targeted. On Air Force One, the president told reporters that Cuba could be ready to fall and said that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security. Natalie?
A lot to keep an eye on. Thank you, Brian. We do have some breaking news. The Secret Service has taken someone into custody for vandalizing the Ohio home of Vice President J.D. Vance. Cincinnati police say there are several broken windows. It's unclear if the man got inside. The vice president and his family were not at the home when it happened overnight. Investigators are looking into whether Vance and his family, though, were a target.
The House Oversight Committee is set to hold hearings on fraud and misuse of federal funds in Minnesota's social service programs. Chairman James Comer says the first hearing will happen January 7th, and this will be with Minnesota state officials who investigated the fraud. Comer has also invited Governor Tim Walz and the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison to testify a month later. This would be on February 10th. Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program right now under investigation for potentially misusing taxpayer money.
California looking at a new billionaire tax to pay for health care. State lawmakers have proposed a one-time 5% wealth tax. They say it would raise about $100 million. Supporters say it is vital to protect vulnerable residents. Critics, which actually include the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, say it would drive wealth out of the state. There is a chance the proposal could end up on the November ballot for voters to decide.
Police are investigating a deadly shooting in the 800 block of West Garfield. This happened just before 10 o'clock last night. Police say a 43-year-old man was standing outside when he was shot by someone in a white SUV. The victim asked a CTA bus driver for help. That bus driver called 911. That 43-year-old man was hospitalized but later died. Police are also investigating a shooting that happened on Southwestern Avenue. Police say two people were in a car when another SUV pulled up, started shooting at them. A 21-year-old woman was hit in the arm and back. She is now in critical condition. A 37-year-old man in that car was also hit in the arm. He is in good condition. Police haven't said anything yet publicly about the suspects.
Amazon hoping to build a retail development in Orland Park, the 35-acre site located at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Amazon says the store would offer a wide selection of products, including groceries. There could be dining locations as well. Orland Park's Planning Commission is expected to discuss the proposed site during a meeting on Tuesday.
Getting to work is going to take a bit today, a bit longer for parts of New York. Look at this video. Yeah, people using front loaders in some cases to remove all the snow. This is Oswego County in upstate New York. They got some serious lake effect snow being along the shores of Lake Ontario. There are reports of some areas getting up to 6 feet.
That is insane. Can I tell you the most snow I have ever seen in my life is when I used to work in Sacramento. And I did a story up there near Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
Yes, in the Sierra Nevada. And my photographer and I are driving, and the snow on the sides of the road, I'm not kidding, was like 8 feet tall.
That is insane.
With the road carved right in the middle. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, yeah. It's either mountain snow or lake effect is where you get those kind of, mammoth piles of snow. I wonder if, that homeowner, did they own that front end loader?
Just for those pesky lake effect snowfalls. Yeah,
my gosh.
Keep it in the shed.
Yeah, Oswego County, Jefferson County, among the hardest hit areas coming off of Lake Ontario. I saw a report from Lacona, and I think Richland was another town, both of them up there close to 60 inches of snow. Well, guess what? For them, there's more snow headed in their direction here right now. Not so much lake effect as it is a system snow, but, you clear off 4 feet off your driveway, and you got another 3 inches. What's the big deal, right? Here, we have 0 snowstorms. 0 snowstorms in the foreseeable future. Let me repeat, 0 snowstorms. Now, does that mean that we can't see some snow? No. I'm talking about a snowstorm, and there simply isn't one in the foreseeable future. What we have is a warming trend this week, all week long. Highs will at least be in the 40s, with a couple of days I think get to 50 degrees. Now, tonight, Increase in cloud cover. Probably going to be some fog, and there'll be some precipitation in the form of drizzle or maybe a light rain shower. I think the heaviest rain is going to be in Wisconsin and parts of Michigan. And there might be a brief rain shower tomorrow evening with temperatures still close to 40 degrees, but there's no snow in that system. This is going to be a wet weather maker. And then look at Wednesday, clearing skies. What will that mean to temperatures? Wait till you see when I give you the 7-day in a little bit. I guess we're going to show the 7-day here in just a couple seconds, too.
All right. I'm enticed to tune in. Thank you, Mike. Well, the Bears get ready for their first playoff game this next weekend.
It's a Saturday night game at home at Soldier Field against the Packers. And honestly, we would rather look forward to that game than look back at last night. But in case you did miss it, their last regular season game ended with a loss to the Detroit Lions. Second time this season. They were down 16-0 before rallying to tie the game up in the fourth quarter, but Lions marched down the field and the game-winning field goal. And there it was right there. Not the ending the fans had hoped for.
Not good enough. Not good enough to win this game, not good enough to win, the upcoming games. And so we got to get better, all sides of the ball. But speaking on offense, whatever happens on the other side of the ball, it's not something that we can control. So we have to control what we can, and we got to come out starting fast, being better, and, we'll do that here coming up.
Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
All right, the good news here, Bears still hold the #2 seed because Philly lost to the Commanders. Bears will host the Packers again Saturday night, 7 o'clock, right here on Fox Chicago.
We're going to be tuned in and ready to rock.
I know. We need to come back after that last regular season loss last night. That was painful to watch. Okay, and more weather coverage is next. But first, as promised, here's a quick look at your 7-day forecast. We will be right back.
What are you girls doing?
We're doing all the heating, plumbing, and electric around here.
All right, I know you girls know stuff, but let's leave it to our trusted local experts. Let's call Four Seasons.
It's about time you figured it out.
Whether it's heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, air duct cleaning, or generators, you can always trust Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Are you struggling with pain, swelling, or bulging leg veins?
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. You are taking a sunshiny live look along the lakeshore there this morning. We're glad you're with us. Here's a look at your top stories.
Yeah, regular season over for the Bears. It's on to the playoffs. Bears lost their last game to the Lions 19-16 last night. The Eagles lost as well, so that still gives the Bears the #2 seed in the NFC. We will be hosting the Packers on Saturday night in the wild card round, 7 o'clock, right here on Fox Chicago.
Take note of this one. The elevated station at State and Lake is closed today. It's not going to reopen until 2029. The CTA is overhauling that station. It's 130 years old. When they're done with it, they say it'll be a modern facility that'll be more safe and accessible.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are expected to appear in a Manhattan federal courtroom today. Maduro was taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. He and his wife will be charged with drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, although the country's vice president is right now the acting leader. Mike?
All right, we have a warming trend on the way. Starts today with a bunch of 40s on the way, and I still think we have a couple of 50s to enjoy as well. Out there right now, there's some high, thin cloudiness. I think most of us would say, yeah, it's pretty sunny out there, but that will change. Take a look as I put this into motion. You can see some thicker cloud cover coming out of Iowa. That will overspread the area, so I do think that it becomes mostly cloudy here later today, but no precipitation expected until maybe late tonight or tomorrow morning. And it won't be much. This is our Weather Authority Futurecast. Rainfall amounts, and you'll see a couple hundredths here and there. Not much, and out of here, and it's all liquid. It is not frozen. There's no ice in this. Today, 44 for the high with increasing cloud cover. Southwest winds 5 to 15. Not very windy out there, so that 44 is going to feel pretty decent. Low temperature, 38 tonight without much wind. Now, we're going to have a low cloud deck, which may evolve into actual fog. That could lead to some drizzle overnight. But with steady temperatures in the upper 30s, that's not going to create any problems for you other than low visibility. 46 tomorrow, maybe a brief shower. Not a big deal rainfall-wise, as I just showed you. And there they are, dueling 50s Wednesday and Thursday. Then a more legitimate storm system comes through. This one will be rain Thursday night and Friday. High of 48 on Friday. Then we get a shot of some colder air. But even these, this 35 and 32 Saturday and Sunday, at or above normal for this time of year, with a chance for very light snow here on Saturday. I think weather for the Bears game Saturday night just fine, with temperatures dropping into the 20s. Back to you both.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. You know, with everything going on in Venezuela, Congress is set to return today, and that's not the only thing they have to worry about. They have less than a month to reach a deal to avoid another government shutdown. It's a packed agenda with a dozen bills on the agenda to prevent a stalemate. Democrats want tax credits restored to help Americans pay for health care plans, but Republicans want spending levels to stay where they are.
I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to start this week. And I think we can get it done by the end of the month. If we have to go an extra week or two, again, pass another continuing resolution, we should do that and get these bills out of the way and then move on to the next fiscal year.
We're watching the clock here. The next shutdown deadline hits on January 30th. And new this morning, a Paris court finds 10 people guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron. They were convicted of spreading false online claims about her gender and sexuality. Some of the posts were viewed tens of thousands of times.
All right, as we've been reporting this morning, over the weekend, the U.S. military launched a targeted ground strike against Venezuela. They captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, extradited him to the U.S. to face trial. This comes after a months-long campaign of destroying the Venezuelan boats suspected of carrying drugs, and then more recently taking control of several Venezuelan oil tankers. So, joining us with more on this latest development over the weekend, Professor William Muck at North Central College. Professor Muck, as always, thank you for being here. Let me start off by asking you, on what grounds, or lack of grounds perhaps, did the U.S. carry out this attack and capture of Maduro?
Well, they didn't use conventional international law, right? So what the Trump administration did falls far outside of what we would normally consider international law. They are making an argument that the Maduro regime, and Maduro and his wife in particular, were narco-terrorists. So it's a unique category. And what they're saying is that this posed a national security threat to the United States, and they needed to remove that threat. Now, you're not going to find conversations about that in the international law books, but they are arguing, the Trump administration is arguing that they're using a different platform, a different playbook for confronting threats specifically in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, so he said on Air Force One, the U.S. is now in charge of Venezuela. What exactly does that mean?
Big question, right? And we're not entirely sure just yet. I think what we saw yesterday is that the Trump administration are going to defer to the sitting vice president rather than the opposition leader, who many thought actually would be the democratically elected candidate. So it appears that the vice president, this Delcy Rodriguez, is going to be the one that the administration is going to want to work through. So they're going to, in theory, defer to her to allow things to continue moving forward as long as those remain in the interest of the United States. But to be honest, it's hard to know what this is going to look like. And it's also very likely that we're going to see some chaos erupt in Venezuela. So all of those questions are unanswered, and specifically where the Trump administration wants to be on all those issues.
Yes, I mean, I saw a lot of chatter online, for example, drawing certain parallels to what happened decades ago with Iraq and removing Saddam Hussein. In your mind, what are some of the similarities and differences between this situation and that one?
Well, I think the one difference is that the United States for Iraq had a massive military force. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of troops on the ground. It was a massive military campaign. It sounds like the Trump administration, while the president said he was willing to put boots on the ground, they are not actively going to move the U.S. military in at this point. So it's very, very different. And that's different from all of these other incidents. We could also go back, 36 years ago to the day the United States removed the president of Panama, Manuel Noriega, for the same sort of argument. So, but also then the United States had heavy boots on the ground. So the Trump administration is arguing they don't need to do that yet. I'm not sure how that plays out, because I think it's very, very likely there's going to be instability in Venezuela. And then how is the United States going to respond to that?
Yeah, that's a huge question, Mark. Another thing I want to get your thoughts on, Professor, is reaction back here from congressional lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. How are they taking this news?
We're seeing it fall along partisan lines, and that's not surprising, right? Democrats are going to be outraged by the use of military force outside of constitutional boundaries. Republicans are going to support the president on this. So I think we're going to see partisan pushback here. In the past, you might have seen Congress be a bit more forceful to say, hey, we have the power to declare war. You needed to come to us first. But in this heavily partisan environment, we're seeing less of that. So I imagine we're going to see more frustration from the Democrats, but I think the Republicans, for the most part, will get in line, kind of following this partisan divide we currently work in.
Okay, you alluded to it before, but how concerned are you, Professor, that this will lead to some kind of costly, years-long occupation that could cost taxpayers a lot of money?
It's certainly a possibility. And if we look through history at examples like this, it's very, very difficult to avoid. It is very likely that something is going to erupt in Venezuela. There's going to be a power struggle. Does the military try to take control, or the opposition forces fighting? And then the United States is going to be in this position where it either has to decide we're gonna fix Venezuela, or we're going to remove ourselves from it and then watch it implode. So it's a very precarious position. When you look back through history, there's very few cases where this works out well. So I think the Trump administration has put itself in a really, really challenging moment or position.
Okay, quickly, what would be the best case scenario right now for the U.S.?
Well, ideally, we'd love to see a normal transition. So if we go back to Panama in 1989, what we saw was they transitioned slowly to a democracy and then actually had a really, really good outcome. So I think if you're looking for good outcomes, look to Panama in 1989, where it made that transition to a democracy. The economy took off. That's what we should hope for, and hope we avoid Iraq, Afghanistan, and all those other examples that are so messy.
Professor Muck, always good to hear from you when things like this happen internationally. We appreciate it, sir, as always.
Thanks for having me.
All right, our pleasure. Okay, 8:24 up next. Using AI to help water your lawn or protect your home from fires. Hey, that's cool. We're talking about it in a live report from what I believe is the biggest tech show. It's about to kick off in Las Vegas. We're going to get a live report from Vegas coming up.
Fox 30.
welcome back. Look at that view at 8:27 on your Monday. Happy back to school for a lot of kids today, and hope your work week is off to a great start. We appreciate you joining us. Let's be honest, everybody, trade shows are boring. But there's one that is not boring at all. We're talking about the Consumer Electronics Show. This is one of the biggest tech trade shows in the world. It kicks off in Las Vegas. Amalia Roy is joining us now from Las Vegas. Amalia, what are we expecting to be unveiled in this age of AI?
Now, Anthony, this is not a boring trade show at all. It is taking over all of the strip, and you're seeing AI in some wacky spaces because we're seeing 4,500 companies that are taking over all of the convention spaces here. Now, there are tech leaders that are announcing the latest innovations, but there are also everyday products utilizing AI that you can buy online today. One of those is an app that uses AI to help homeowners measure the proper water usage for their lawns, or going inside the home. This doesn't use AI, but it's still pretty cool, where there are smoke detectors that are also night lights, intercoms, and nanny cams.
We asked people what they wanted in their their next generation smart devices. Everyone said they wanted to be multi-featured. They wanted it to be controlled from a single app, and they also wanted to have motion detection.
There's even a smart toothbrush that has a U-shaped design the creators say can cut brushing down to 20 seconds and uses AI to give the user a closer look at their dental health.
AI is doing so much for us today, right? So being able to take advantage of that and being a leader and establishing a model that can track your behavior, the clinical signs, your salivary microbiome to provide these insights we see ourselves as a leader in that.
The organization running the event, the Consumer Technology Association, says more AI showing up in our tech is a trend to watch in 2026. In Las Vegas, Amalia Roy, Fox 32 Chicago.
Not surprised to see that AI impact. Amalia, thanks so much. Have a great time out there. Not a bad assignment for Amalia. I love seeing all this,
cool.
all these new gadgets.
It's cool, definitely cool. What was that, a golf ball that guy had swirling in his mouth to clean his teeth?
Rather large for a toothbrush.
I'm intrigued by that particular device. All right, take a look here at this 7-day forecast board. Every single day on it at or above normal temperatures, with the work week featuring a couple of 50-degree days, maybe some drizzle tomorrow and some bona fide rain Thursday night and Friday. But I repeat, no snowstorms in the forecast. I've got the complete picture for you. And of course, more Good Day right after this.
First and North. This show's all about.
Good morning. Here's a live look at the corner of Michigan and Lake right outside our Fox 32 studios. You'll notice it is dry, and if you step outside, warmer today.
That's both good things.
Yes. And here's a look at some of this morning's top stories. The elevated station at State and Lake is closed today. It's not going to reopen until 2029. The CTA is overhauling the station. Got more on those updates coming up from Roseanne, who has been talking to commuters this morning.
Breaking news, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his bid for a third term as governor. He just launched his re-election campaign 4 months ago. Walz said in a statement Monday that he believes he would have won another term, but can't give a campaign his all in what he called a, quote, extraordinarily difficult year for the state. Walz cited ongoing investigations into fraud in the state's child care programs and how those allegations are being used.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been moved out of jail. They will be inside of federal court today in New York. That hearing just about to begin in a few hours, and Brian is tracking that story for us. Brian?
Well, that video we were just looking at happened in the past 90 minutes as Maduro and his wife were moved from a notorious jail in Brooklyn. They will now face a U.S. judge for the first time today. Maduro and his wife are facing drug trafficking and other charges. Both are expected to plead not guilty. A judge will likely order them held without bond. And we believe that Maduro's attorneys will argue that it was not legal for the United States to arrest and remove him from Venezuela. President Trump says the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela, though retired military analysts say that's not necessarily how that works.
The military can't do regime change. We've seen that in Iraq. We're not successful at it. But I do think you'll see the military as security forces with some of the petroleum and the oil refineries that the United States continues to looks to kind of take over and make sure that things are going and operating well.
The vice president of Venezuela is the current acting leader. She says that her people deserve peace and not war. Meanwhile, U.S. forces will keep oil tankers on sanctions lists from leaving the country. Anthony?
Thank you very much, Brian. Back here locally, it's going to be a long 3 years for some L commuters.
The CTA stop at State and Lake is just about to close. Roseanne is live with details. Roseanne?
We've been talking to commuters this morning. They're not crazy about the timeline, but most agree that this work was needed. And as you mentioned, the station closed this morning, the elevated station here at State and Lake, and demolition is underway. We can hear it just beginning. This is one of the oldest and busiest elevated stations, but upgrades on the way include new elevators for better accessibility, a glass canopy for weather protection, better lighting to make it safer, and wider platforms. This is a full reconstruction meant to modernize the station. The majority of demolition will be overnight, we're told, from 9 p.m. to 5 in the morning. And there will be intermittent road closures and detours. Starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only between Dearborn and Wabash. Bus stops stay open on State Street, and pedestrians can still get through. One CTA rider we talked to said the improvements are overdue.
The flooring is in the winter, and when it's wet, it's slippery. Yeah, there's a number of times that I've almost fallen. So, yeah, I'm glad that's going to happen. And it'll just be, it's old. It's old. It needs a refresh. Yeah.
Need a little makeover.
Yep, it does. It does need a little makeover.
Well, loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, or Clark and Lake stations. The Lake Red Line subway station stays open to transfer between the Lake Red Line and the loop elevated. The CTA says use Washington and Wabash. Now, once again, thousands of people will be impacted over the next 3 years, many crossing their fingers that this project finishes early. In the loop, Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
History is not on our side with that one, Roseanne, but thank you. It's a good way to, start off the new year on a positive
note. On time and on budget.
Yeah.
What do those phrases even mean around here, Mike?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, although, now look, I am often the first to criticize IDOT projects, but they got the Kennedy done a little bit sooner
That's true,
than expected.
Yes.
So we'll give a shout out to them, but those are rare compared with it's going to be a slight delay and a cost overrun. How about this? The normal high this time of year is right around 32 degrees. Take a look at this 11-day forecast. First of all, every day this work week, way above normal, including a pair of 50s. Wednesday, Thursday, yes, there's some colder air coming in here for the weekend. It will impact the Bears game, but that's not bad. It's not like what we had a few weeks ago. We'll have a high of 35, maybe a brief snow shower mixed in there, but not a huge accumulation. 32 is the coldest high in this bunch, with temperatures next week getting back several degrees warmer than normal. We have sunshine filtered through some high clouds now. The clouds will get thicker here. You can see some of those thicker clouds coming at us from Iowa. So I'm going to say becoming mostly cloudy. 44 for the high today. Southwest winds at 5 to 15. If you get near the Cheddar Curtain, maybe the high only hits 38 or 39 there around Antioch and the Wonder Lake. But for most of us, it's low to mid 40s. Tonight, a low of 38. Not much wind, and there will likely be some fog. Could be a dense fog advisory, and there may be some drizzle at times. And we could see a few light rain showers around tomorrow morning, especially north. 46 for the high, though. Then becoming mostly sunny Wednesday with a high of 50. I think we'll hit 50 before rain moves in here Thursday, with the rain, I think, holding off until nighttime. Friday looks pretty soggy with a high of 48 degrees. And then, yes, it turns colder, but not cold by January standards. A high of 35 Saturday. Should be perfectly fine weather for the Bears game Saturday night. And then on Sunday, a high temperature of 32. It is 8:39. We'll come right back with more Good Day after this.
The best Chicago has to offer.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We were just remarking on how shiny the bean looks today. It's all ready for a new year.
Somebody Windex that thing.
That's right. All right, let's get back to the news at hand here. In addition to the court hearing for Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife, there will be discussions today about the weekend raid.
Yeah, the UN Security Council, they are going to be holding an emergency meeting today over these developments. We're checking back in with Doug Luzader, who joins us live with more. Doug.
Good morning. Yeah, UN Security Council meeting. We've got this briefing here on Capitol Hill today, as well as lawmakers are looking to learn more about this operation that brought Maduro here to the U.S.
An astonishing overnight raid in Caracas. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in custody and waking up this morning in a New York detention facility. And President Trump last night talking about what's next for Venezuela.
Don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
There have been celebrations in the wake of Maduro's ouster, even as Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's vice president, has now been sworn in as the country's new leader. She offered a somewhat conciliatory statement on her Facebook page. We prioritize moving towards balanced and respectful international relations between the United States and Venezuela.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating with your administration?
No, but she's cooperating.
The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting today over the developments. And on Capitol Hill, we expect a briefing for congressional leaders about the operation, with many Democrats angry they were not in the loop.
They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilian as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress.
Okay, so we expect in about 2 hours or so, Maduro and his wife to be formally arraigned on this whole slew of charges that they face relating to alleged crimes involving both guns and drugs. Back to you guys.
Okay, Doug, thank you so much. One question before we let you go. In terms of reaction on Congress, in Congress right now, you alluded to the Democrats. Are most Republicans on board with what happened, even though they didn't exactly have a say in how this all went down?
Well, look, the one thing that's common across the board here is that even Democrats who are critical of the administration about how this was carried out are still very critical of Maduro himself. So there's not much love lost there. But for the most part, Republicans have been pretty supportive of the president on this.
All right, Doug Luzader live in Washington for us. Thank you, Doug. It is 8:44. More Good Day Chicago when we come back.
Get ready for game.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Look at that view of our city skyline. How unique and fun is that? Hopefully your Monday's off to a great start. Some economic news here. Tesla no longer the world's best-selling electric vehicle company. Company announced last week that it delivered just over 1.5 million vehicles last year. That is a drop of 9% from the previous year. This is being blamed on a customer revolt over Elon Musk's right-wing politics, expiring U.S. tax breaks for buyers, and stiff overseas competition. Chinese rival BYD is now the world's biggest EV maker. That company sold just over 2.25 million electric vehicles last year. The family of Victoria Jones asking for privacy. She was the daughter of Tommy Lee Jones, who was found dead in a San Francisco hotel room last week. Police say her death was not suspicious. No one has said what exactly has happened. The Jones family says it appreciates the support it has gotten. Victoria Jones was 34.
Okay, doctors say 2026 is the year to focus on your heart. And careful this month, everybody. The American Heart Association says more people die from heart attacks in January than any other month. Doctors say regular exercise and cutting the stress are the two best things you can do.
Sure. So the number one thing is reduce friction for good habits. Oh. So for instance, if you want to work out in the morning, some people do, they take out their workout clothes and their running shoes next to the bed. So in the morning, they're suddenly ready to go. For myself, many times I unroll my yoga mat or workout mat and put it in front of the TV. So all day long, it's staring at me.
Yeah, there you go. Good strategy by him. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for both men and women. Heart disease kills about 700,000 people in the U.S. each year. All right, there could be a new way to keep track of any New Year's resolutions that you are making right now. People are using special bingo boards or bingo. You get it here? You write down resolutions on each square, then you cross it out when you actually do it to make the word bingo. Hey, what is more motivating than spelling out the word bingo, everybody? Experts say to reward yourself, kidding aside, reward yourself with a treat when you cross a milestone. Unless you might be trying to lose weight, then that could be counterproductive. Yeah.
Well, if you really want to be faithful with that New Year's resolution, today is the day to start. Some experts say the Monday after a new year can be the best starting point, even better than January 1st. You get a double dose of a fresh start, a new year, and a new week. Studies show starting before the weekend can make weight loss tougher, so today could set you up for more success.
Today is kind of New Year's Day, I don't know, in quotation marks for a lot of people because of the timing of the day itself. A lot of people are returning to work, returning from winter break.
Go back to
the
school.
Boys are back in school. Theo was not too happy. He kept being like, what day is it? What day?
Oh, no.
Yep. The interviewee that we had that was saying, you know, put the yoga mat in front of you, put the workout clothes. I should probably stop putting the box of donuts in front of me. That is the first thing that
You've reduced the friction between you and donuts.
Right. I've got to minimize that friction there between me and my crullers. All right. Today, it's nice out there certainly for early January standards. We've had some doozies, all right? Today, we're going to make it up into the 40s. Right now, it is 32 at O'Hare. Technically, it's being deemed mostly cloudy. Look at this. Yes, there are clouds out there, but the sun's getting through there. Not a lot of wind. Southwest winds at 9 miles per hour, so we're producing a wind chill at O'Hare of 24 degrees. If you're going to spend some time outside, maybe taking the dog for a longer walk, a hat and gloves are going to make you more comfortable, but certainly without much wind out there, it's not too bad to be out. 35 at Joliet already, 31 at Waukegan. DeKalb, one of the colder spots. You've dropped into the 20s there, 29. Northwest Indiana, Gary 34, Merrillville 34, and in Valparaiso it is 31. Almost area-wide. I think we're good for low to mid-40s today. Winds are out of the southwest. Speeds are not going to be that great all day long, generally 5 to 10 miles per hour. We're seeing 10s at Michigan City, Waukegan, and the Woodstock area right now. So not a very windy day. Oftentimes when we get the warm-up, we get these 30-mile-an-hour winds, makes it unpleasant to be outside. That won't be the case today. Wind chills, mainly in the mid-20s. Joliet, barely any wind, so you got a wind chill pretty close to the actual air temperature. All right, mainly high, thin clouds out there. The clouds will thicken, though, from the west during the afternoon hours, and that's why I'm forecasting becoming mostly cloudy. What about any precipitation? Well, to me, it's going to be in liquid form and very, very light, and coming in here toward daybreak tomorrow. Today, nothing going on at all. It's nice out there. Cloud cover thickening up, and then you see tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., a few little blips here and there. It could be drizzle, a little passing rain shower. More impressive, and even there it's not that much, a precip there north of the Cheddar Curtain in Wisconsin. That'll shift over into Michigan during the day. And then for the majority of our day, it won't be raining at all. There is a chance of a shower late afternoon and early evening tomorrow. Our model is indicating that, but it would be a brief rain shower. Then take a look at what happens on Wednesday. By noon, gone are the clouds, and that's why I'm forecasting a 50-degree high temperature here both Wednesday and Thursday. Today, 44, becoming mostly cloudy. Tonight, a little bit of drizzle and fog, a low of 38 degrees. Take a look at the 7-day forecast. We have some rain Thursday night and Friday, and then a little shot of some colder, but not cold by January standards air. Great weather for the Bears game against the Packers. Perfect at Soldier Field. Back to you.
Thank you, Mike. We've got more Good Day Chicago ahead for you next.
Welcome back. We continue to follow breaking political news. That man right there, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, ending his bid for a third term as governor. Walz said in a statement that he believes he would have won another term, but he says he can't give a campaign his all in what he called a, quote, extraordinarily difficult year for the state. Walz cited ongoing investigations into fraud in the state's child care programs and how those allegations are being used.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been moved out of jail and will be inside a federal court today in New York. They were taken in a raid by the U.S. over the weekend. They'll go before a U.S. judge in New York in just a few hours to face charges including drug trafficking. Both are expected to plead not guilty. President Trump says the U.S. is running Venezuela, although the country's vice president is the acting leader.
I had some wild video out of Las Vegas to show you. A suspected drunk driver absolutely went flying into a homeowner's backyard. Look at that car just flipping through the air, spiraling, landing right next to the pool. The suspected driver also tore down part of the roof, scattering debris everywhere. Fortunately, the homeowner was feet away. He says he was actually about to hop into the hot tub next to that wall right before the driver barreled into his backyard. Warren Buffett is officially calling it quits from his company. He has been the principal leader of Berkshire Hathaway, holding company for 60 years now, became one of the world's richest men in the process. He is now handing over the reins of his company to Greg Abel, who started at the company about 26 years ago. Even though Buffett is very wealthy, he still lives in the same house he bought in 1958 in Omaha, Nebraska. At the time, he bought it for only $31,500.
Isn't that, I did not know that about him.
Yeah, the Oracle of Omaha. All right, if you want to know why your phone is dying, you perhaps can blame Netflix. A British telecom company says Netflix is the top battery killer. People spend about 60 hours a month using it on their phones, and on top of that, it runs in the background for 13 hours a month. TikTok is also up there with people spending half their time on it, and it uses 10 hours a month in the background. That's kind of a badge of honor for these apps, right?
I would say so, right.
People are just using them.
Well, if you have a bucket list, Cinemark wants you to use it. It's going to host its Bring Your Own Bucket for Popcorn on the 18th and 19th. I could eat my pregnancy weight in popcorn. That's a lot of popcorn.
That's a lot of
kernels. You can bring any size bucket with a limit of up to 400 ounces to have it filled. How much is 400 ounces? We're glad you asked. 25 pounds of popcorn.
How big would the container have to be for 25 pounds of popcorn?
It would take up an entire seat. You'd have to buy another ticket.
You'd have to buy 2 tickets, yeah.
More Good Day Chicago coming up in our 9 o'clock hour.
Living your life at its fullest means staying connected.
right, welcome to Good Day Chicago in our 9 o'clock hour. Happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year to you. Last time I saw you, you were doing it from Tao.
Yeah, oh, that's right. We had a very good time. Yeah, and here's a look at some of the fun and the things that we have to talk about in this coming hour. The new year is here. Many of us are working on forming healthy habits. Mike was just running. Dr. Ian is here to help us reset and say goodbye to stubborn pounds.
All right, the Bears in the talk this morning as they turn the page from last night's upsetting defeat. They prepare for the Packers in the playoffs.
What happened? I mean, we seem so flat. It's like the most exhausting game I never played.
Yeah, got off to a bad start.
Yeah.
Just couldn't recover.
We had one hard quarter, and that was about it.
We had the interception there at the end and did nothing, and then couldn't stop the train. You thought it was going to be another one of those cardiac comeback.
Not to be. Well, this morning, though, CTA riders are making some changes to their commutes as a big remodel project closes a major station. We're going to have much more on that in just a moment. But first, let's take a live look outside. Mike, we got a bit of a warm-up out there.
That we do.
That haze, too?
Yeah,
or is that just
maybe a little bit. It could be on the camera, but there might be a little bit of haze out there. But, by and large, this is a pretty decent start to the day.
It's beautiful.
There's some sunshine out there. You're going to see some sun. And we're in the middle of a January thaw.
Hey.
Yeah. So here's the deal. 40s, and I have two 50s during the work week on the way. There's going to be a little fog, drizzle, and perhaps some light rain tomorrow morning. I would say that's most likely maybe Lake and McHenry County in southern Wisconsin. A more widespread and heavier rain event, that's coming in here Thursday night and Friday, and then we'll get a shot of some colder air, but not cold by January standards, just in time for the Bears in action on Saturday night. Already 34 at O'Hare, west-southwest winds at 10. You can see some of the high, thin clouds out there, but that sun's still getting through there. Wind chills 26. It's just not that windy out there. We got 35 degrees currently at Midway, 36 at Joliet. Freezing on the nose at Woodstock and Rockford and LaSalle, Peru, 34 at Merrillville, and in Benton Harbor. How about that? No lake effect snow for you today, 35 degrees. We've been showing the pictures, video from the lake effect snow that hit off of Lake Ontario and parts of New York, where they picked up 4 to 6 feet of snow at the end of last week. Wow. Our cloud cover is going to increase during the day today, so these high, thin clouds will start to pick up some lower cloud cover this afternoon. Then eventually, overnight into tomorrow morning, cloud cover will thicken up, and there might be a couple little speckles of drizzle coming through there, but the more substantial precip misses us to the north.
All right, we'll check back on that weather coming up shortly. But, while it is nice outside, let's hold on to it because it's going to be a longer walk during the Chicago winter for some commuters.
Yes, a very popular CTA stop in the Loop closes today, and it's going to be closed for the next 3 years. Roseanne is live this morning with more details on that closure.
Yes, it's going to be a long haul and a couple of extra blocks each morning for many commuters, thousands. But demolition is underway, and a lot of commuters are telling us it's not a minute too soon. So the street level work here will be conducted between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. each day. The majority of demolition, we're told, will be overnight from 9 p.m. till 5. The 130-year-old CTA station will be fully reconstructed. Loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, or Clark and Lake stations. And also starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only between Dearborn and Wabash. Bus stops will stay open on State Street. Pedestrians can still get through, but those upgrades on the way, well, those include new elevators, a glass canopy for weather protection and better heating, better lighting, wider platforms. Even people who told us they don't even take the L think the reconstruction project is good for the city.
I think it's going to be wonderful. 3 years seems like a real long time to make it. Wish they could speed that up and make it be a little bit faster. But I would rather them do it correctly and without any cutting corners. So if it takes 3 years, it takes 3 years. And then the future Chicagoans will have a way better opportunity.
Well, there's a very positive way to look at this project, again, going through 2029 here at the State and Lake Elevated Station. In the Loop, Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Also, some new developments this morning in the drug trafficking case involving Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who was captured over the weekend. Earlier this morning, he was moved from a notorious jail in Brooklyn and then moved to federal custody so that he can face a U.S. judge for the very first time. Maduro and his wife will face drug trafficking and other charges. This is video of them being moved from one facility to the other earlier this morning. Both are expected to plead not guilty. A judge will likely order them held without bond. Now, we believe that Maduro's attorneys will argue that it was not legal for the United States to arrest and remove him from Venezuela. President Trump says the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela, though retired military analysts say that's not necessarily how that works.
The military can't do regime change. We've seen that in Iraq. We're not successful at it. But I do think you'll see the military as security forces with some of the petroleum and the oil refineries that the United States continues to looks to kind of take over and make sure that things are going and operating well.
The vice president of Venezuela is the current acting leader. She says that her people deserve peace and not war. U.S. forces will keep oil tankers on a sanctions list from leaving the country.
It was Saturday was definitely one of those mornings where you wake up and you're like, now wait, what happened? Yeah. Locally, obviously, there's mixed reaction, just like everywhere else in the world, really, to what's happening in Venezuela. There was a gathering of people in Schaumburg who say they supported the people of Venezuela. Others say the U.S. attack wasn't about drugs, it was about oil. But most people say it's a good thing Maduro, at least, is gone.
A dictatorship has killed and committed a lot of crimes in our country during 25 years, more than 25 years, actually. All right? So we are here celebrating. We, the Venezuelans, support what President Trump is doing. We are not against it. We support it. Every Venezuelan around the world, and we're talking about 10 million Venezuelans around the world, are supporting this.
Some of the protesters say taking out Maduro was a first step, but it's still not safe for Venezuelans to return to their country.
With everything going on in Venezuela, Congress is set to return into action today. That's not the only thing Congress has to worry about. They have less than a month to reach a deal to avoid another government shutdown. It's a packed agenda with a dozen bills on the agenda to prevent a stalemate. Democrats want tax credits restored to help Americans pay for health care plans. But Republicans want spending levels to stay right where they are.
I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to start this week. And I think we can get it done by the end of the month. If we have to go an extra week or two, again, pass another continuing resolution, we should do that and get these bills out of the way and then move on to the next fiscal year.
The next shutdown deadline is January 30th.
We also have some breaking news this 9 o'clock hour. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his bid for a third term as governor. He had just launched his re-election campaign 4 months ago. Walz said in a statement today that he believes that he would have won another term, but can't give his campaign his all for what he called a, quote, extraordinarily difficult year for the state of Minnesota. Walz cited ongoing investigation into fraud in the state's child care programs and how those allegations are now being used. Well, it's about 9:07 this morning. Despite what happened yesterday, it is on to the playoffs for the Bears, though we did not end the regular season exactly the way we wanted to.
Yeah, I had so many questions about that game. They got down to Detroit 16-0 before rallying to tie the game. However, Detroit was able to march down the field for the game-winning kick for a 19-16 victory. Now, after the game, the Bears shared their disappointment.
Not good enough. Not good enough to win this game, not good enough to win, the upcoming games. And so we got to get better, all sides of the ball. But speaking on offense, whatever happens on the other side of the ball, it's not something that we can control. So we have to control what we can, and we got to come out starting fast, being better, and, we'll do that here coming up.
Everyone's disappointed. I appreciate, like I said, their effort. Some teams, they rest their starters. We don't. We play football, and, and we felt like it was really important that we were playing our best ball here today, and we didn't get that job done. And so we're quickly turning that page, and now we got a home game coming on up, and there's a way to win this next game, and that's what we're going to be solely focused on.
All right, the good news is the Bears end up with the number 2 seed because Philadelphia, who did sit some of their lost to the Commanders, who had a 39-year-old. Who's that quarterback for them? Right. So the Bears are going to host the Packers Saturday night at 7, a game that can be seen right here on Fox Chicago.
I know we'll be watching for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Watching in Texas.
From the start, they are off.
Get off to a better start. Got to, right? Well, one of the biggest tech trade shows in the world kicks off in Las Vegas this week. Coming up, the latest innovations in AI and robotics from this 4-day event.
This program is brought to you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. 9/11 right now as we give you a live look outside. Different vantage point, not seeing so much of the sunshine.
There's still some blue in there.
A little bit.
Yeah,
There's some darker clouds in there, too. But anyway, it's a good Monday, everybody. The first Monday of the new year, so let's go with glass half full. All right, Calumet City family getting a special holiday gift after Christmas.
We know it's after Christmas, but this can go a long way to help your family.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, the mayor, the fire department, and the police department surprised Ada Britton and her 3 grandchildren with Christmas presents. The city also gave Britton a $2,000 check, $1,000 in gift certificates. Britton assumed responsibility for her 3 grandchildren while their mother was hospitalized on life support. This was during the Christmas holiday, and she talked about how grateful she is for the support.
My grandbaby was like, Grandma, I didn't get what I want for Christmas. I said, maybe Santa Claus forgot. I said, maybe for your birthday you'll get it. So, right here.
Santa Claus didn't forget.
This is so amazing.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank God for grandmothers and a community that cares. An even better gift, Britton's daughter returned home from the hospital over the weekend.
That was a great story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Well, a major loss for the Chicago food scene and for the Fox Chicago family. Steve Chiappitti has passed away unexpectedly on Friday. He appeared on our station a number of times over the years, including just a few weeks ago to preview New Year's Eve. He was a Southside native who helped shape the culinary scene at many of Chicago's best restaurants. Most recently, he served as the executive chef at the Albert in Streeterville. His family was also behind Chicago's oldest slaughterhouse and packing house, Lamb and Veal, which was the last remaining slaughterhouse in the Chicago stockyards. Chiappitti leaves behind a wife and 2 children. He was 58 years old.
Yeah, he was just here a couple of weeks ago.
So shocking, yeah.
Sylvia, sad. All right, Warren Buffett is officially calling it quits from his company. He has been the principal leader of Berkshire Hathaway, the holding company, for 60 years and became one of the world's richest men. He is now handing over the reins of the company to Greg Abel, who started at the company about 26 years ago. Even though Buffett is, can we call him wealthy?
Just a little bit,
How
you
many
know.
bazillions is he? Well,
Definitely not paycheck to paycheck.
no,
you know.
no. He still lives in the same house he bought in 1958 in Omaha, Nebraska. At the time, he bought it for $31,500. I am guessing he does no longer have a mortgage.
How the rich stay rich.
Yeah. All right, we have a pretty good idea of how you spent your Sunday, perhaps scrolling through some dating apps. Tinder says the first Sunday of January is the busiest day for dating.
Wow.
New year, new boo?
Okay. All right. Got to get ready for Valentine's next month.
It says people respond about 19 minutes faster on Dating Sunday than on a normal day. Other dating apps are backing that claim up. Coffee Meets Bagel says it sees traffic go up by 47% on Dating Sunday. I didn't even know that was
I didn't know it was a thing either, but hey, best wishes to you,
everybody.
you know. I wonder what it looks like on Super Bowl Sunday. It's probably the exact opposite.
That could be a good first date, though, for somebody to take somebody to a Super Bowl party.
Oh, party.
Oh, I thought you were saying take me to the Super Bowl.
No, Super Bowl party.
Hey, I really like your profile pic. You want to come with me to the Super Bowl? Yeah.
Whoa.
Good luck there.
All right, coming up on our show, we are talking to Dr. Ian to help you with your healthy habits. Let me scratch that. To help us with our healthy habits this new year. It's 9:15, everybody. We'll be right back.
Chicago Sports Tonight. Join
All right, giving you a live look outside at the Bean, everybody. And it's been a beautiful morning so far. Looks just like there's an extra shine on the Bean. Just a few folks out there getting in their pictures, but the weather's not too bad, so you want to get them in before things change out there. Let's talk about some other changes that we're probably making as we start a new year. You know, lots of folks are looking to do the little things that might make your year a little bit better. Like by the end when you're saying, oh, I was at this weight. Oh, I got to this weight by that time. Millions of people struggle to conquer those last 10 or 15 pounds, though. In fact, some studies show that as many as 85% of people trying to lose weight hit at least one plateau at some point in their journey. So New York Times best-selling author, our friend to the show, Dr. Ian Smith, joins us this morning. He's always busy writing some new book, and this one comes at such a perfect time.
It does. First of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Chicago. You know, I'm excited about this book. So many people over the years have asked me, you know, I've been losing weight, but I hit a plateau. I can't get the scale to move. Or I've been losing weight. I got 10 or 15 left. What can I do? And so I finally said, Ian, sit down and write this book to help people. So it's a 7-week program. It's regular food. It's not even a diet. It's really a customized eating plan. So it's not like you're throwing everything out. No, it's about making sure you're eating the right foods, that they're tasty, they're healthy, they're affordable and accessible. But it's how you group the foods that really makes a difference. And of the 7 weeks, each week is dedicated to something different. Okay. 1 week is metabolic reset, 1 week is protein power, the other is carb switching and cycling. But the idea is, how can we eat the foods we are probably already eating, but eat them in a healthier way, and then add a little bit of exercise to help break through that plateau?
Yeah, some lifestyle changes so that it's not like 7-week diet and then I go back to whatever I was doing before. Okay, so why is it the last 15?
Okay. When people are losing weight, 3 things happen. Number 1, the smaller you get, the fewer calories you actually need. So if you've lost weight and you're still consuming the same amount of calories you were consuming when you were heavier, then your weight loss is going to slow down or stop. The second thing is that when you've been losing weight for a period of time, your body is tricked in believing that it's in starvation mode. Your body wants to hold on to energy, not burn the energy. So you've lost all this weight, now it stops because your body says, hey, I figured you out. You've tricked me. Now I'm not going to do this. And the third reason is because as you lose weight, your body becomes more efficient at doing what it's doing to keep the weight loss off. So now your body is saying, okay, well, you know, walking in the park for a mile, that's not going to do it anymore. You now need to walk 2 miles. So those are the reasons why our body actually reaches a plateau. It's not that you're doing something wrong. You need to do a different right.
Your body is just catching up.
That's it. That's it.
Well, why not the first 15?
Well, the first 15 are typically easier because usually people who are just starting a weight loss program, there are a lot of habits that aren't great. And so a little improvement or a little change in almost anything, food or exercise, is going to help you get that weight off, but then your body starts catching up.
Okay, so let's talk about this. There's this concept that we have a weight set point.
Yes.
Where people's weight tends to start going back to how it was when we started.
Sure. Let's say, for example, for the last couple of years, it's been 150 pounds. Your body has established that as your set point. This is where I like to live. If you're trying to go down to 130 pounds, you're now asking your body to drop 20 pounds. But in the process of dropping those 20 pounds, your body's consistently trying to get back up to 150, so it's fighting your efforts. The idea is, if you set a goal of 130, actually try to get down to 125. Give yourself a 3 to 5 pound cushion underneath your goal, and then that new number becomes your set point.
I had like a weight set point for all of my 30s, and the 40s were like, wait, what? That's a whole nother book.
That's right. I'll write that one next, okay?
Right. Thank you, please. I think there's a lot of other women who would be like, yes, girl, right? Tell him to write it, yeah. You have a Facebook group that people join, and they're always communicating.
Oh, my goodness. Thousands of people are on the Facebook group. It's called The Last 15 Group. I do free Zoom sessions. We post recipes, workouts, free exercises. People who lose the most weight and keep it off the longest are those who have support and accountability. And so we have thousands of people from across the country on Facebook who are doing it together. So join us right now, and you get me for free to be able to do this. But yeah, you gotta have a team to do this. It's not always easy. Weight loss is not easy, but it's doable.
And I feel like there's like that time frame in the year where when people set a goal for, you know, new year, new me, it also becomes hard like right after January.
And that's why don't make New Year's resolutions, make year-long commitments. Choose 2 or 3 things that you're going to work on all year. Forget the resolutions, because those, they go away. They're very ephemeral. But that's why I tell people, 2 to 3 things for the entire year. You decide what they are, and be consistent. The 3 C's: consistent, challenge, commitment.
All right. Consistent, challenge,
commitment.
Commitment. All right. I'll try to remember that for you.
Okay, I'll remind you. How about that?
There we go. The accountability.
That's right.
Thank you so much. We always love having you here. 9:23, everybody, and make sure you get the last 15. It's going to help us all so that once December rolls around, we're thinking, you know what? I stayed consistent for the year. Thank you, Dr. Ian.
Thank you.
And because the new year is here and many of us are working on forming those healthy habits, we're going to stay with this. You know, we're going to keep consistent. We're going to keep on challenging each other, and we're going to continue to be committed to this goal. 9:23. We'll be right back.
I'm Jonathan Lawson.
You're looking at a new camera view for us. We're looking right down the lakefront, Sabo Lakeshore Drive. And it does look a little bit hazy, but it is also mostly sunny out there. Just some high, thin clouds. You walk outside, you're going to see shadows. And this is going to enable us, I think, to warm up pretty nicely here today. The normal high is 32 on this date. Come over here and take a look at the current temperatures. At 9 o'clock in the morning, we're already, in most cases, above the normal high. 34 at O'Hare in the lakefront. Joliet, LaSalle, Peru with 37. Okay, it's a little colder around Woodstock, 30. But even there, that's fine. 35 at Kankakee. How about Northwest Indiana? Mid-30s. 34 at Maryville, Michigan City. Gary's in there with 36. And even in Benton Harbor, you're not worried about lake effect snow today. 35 degrees, the present temperature. And we're all, I think, pretty much area-wide, headed for 40s. Now take a look at the next 11 days temperatures. And you see a really warm work week here, reaching the apex of 50 on both Wednesday and Thursday. Friday's high 48, despite the fact we're going to have rain. Then, yeah, it gets colder, but these temperatures, all of these, are at or above normal, and that's going into the middle and end of next week. Obviously not quite as warm as what we have the next few days, but still no Arctic air anywhere in sight. No snowstorms in sight either. Doesn't mean we can't see some flakes. You'll see in the 7-day here in a little bit. Cloud cover. Right now it's high, thin stuff, but there are some lower clouds that will be coming into our sky. And I also think we have to deal with some fog at some point here, especially tonight into tomorrow morning. Whether that fog becomes thick enough that we get a dense fog advisory, we will obviously keep you posted on that, but that could be an impediment to your travels tomorrow. What won't be as much precipitation. I think the heavier stuff is going to stay in southern Wisconsin, crossing the lake into Michigan. Here, we may get some drizzle or a brief light rain shower, but we're too far removed from the main wet weather making machine off to our north, so we only get some dribs and drabs here. Then, after a mostly cloudy day tomorrow, we get to Wednesday. may start with cloud cover, then look what happens. Those clouds go bye-bye. And when that sun comes out on Wednesday, temperatures are going up, 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 and that's why I'm going to put a 50-degree high in my 7-day forecast. 44 today, becoming mostly cloudy with a southwest wind 5 to 15. Tonight, low only drops a handful of degrees, 38 degrees. We'll see some fog and drizzle, especially late, as temperatures hold steady. Tomorrow up to 46 degrees, so despite it being cloudier than today, it will be a couple of degrees warmer than today, with a small chance of a light rain shower or some drizzle. Wednesday, 50. Thursday, 50. Then we get a storm system Thursday night and Friday that's going to bring soaking rain to the area. And then, yeah, it gets colder, but Saturday and Sunday highs at or above freezing both days. Should be good weather for the Bears game. Just a small chance for some light snow around on Saturday. All right, let's look at 4 lovely photos. How about this picture from Mark Gaffino, the sunset over North Aurora. I mentioned this earlier when I was showing some photos in our earlier broadcast. I wish I could show all of the pictures that you guys sent in because so many of you saw a view like that, but that's a pretty one. Mark, thank you for that submission. Photo number 2, look familiar? Art Renkoziak. That is the sunset over Long Grove, Iowa. So even out there in the Hawkeye State, we've got a beautiful shot there of that sky. Pretty art. Thank you for that one. Photo number 3 from Ken Galoy. Again, that same red-orange hue to the sky. Looks like Lockport, just a little bit of snow still on the ground. That's about what my yard looks like, too, in northern Lake County. Thanks for that picture, Ken. And finally, from Kathy Tom, there it is again. This time we're over the DuPage River in Woodridge. Sky absolutely blazing. Love the reflection there. And you see some patches of snow, but also some bare ground. And I think by the time we're talking tomorrow, there won't be much snow anywhere in Chicagoland. Brian and Anita.
I'm just wondering if Long Grove, Iowa has a bridge with a lot of issues like Long Grove, Illinois.
All right, time is now 9:31 this morning. It's going to be a long 3 years for some commuters.
The CTA stop at State Lake is about to close. Roseanne is live with the details. And I mean, it's kind of like good news, bad news here for a lot of folks, Roseanne.
Absolutely. 3 years sounds like an eternity, but most people think this isn't coming a minute too soon. Demolition is now underway on the State and Lake Elevated Station here in the Loop. It's one of the busiest and oldest elevated stations in the city. It's 130 years old, so it was time. Upgrades on the way include new elevators for better accessibility, a glass canopy for weather protection, better lighting, wider platforms. It's a full reconstruction meant to modernize the station and make it safer. Loop trains will still be operating, but riders need to use the Washington, Wabash, or Clark and Lake Street stations. Starting today, Lake Street will be open to local traffic only, so this does impact drivers as well. That's happening between Dearborn and Wabash. Bus stops stay open, though, and pedestrians can continue through the area. One CTA rider we talked to, Jesse McKeel, said improvements are sorely needed.
I would like the upgrades because a lot of these stations in Chicago are old and need to be upgraded. Just like they did with the Wilson station, the Wilson and Lawrence station.
What'd they do there?
They shut down the Lawrence station to rebuild it and make it more accessible.
And some of those features are really sorely needed on the CTA elevated station, so that will be a welcome change. But it is a long wait till 2029 for the project to be completed. Some people crossing their fingers that maybe it will be completed a little early. From the Loop, Roseanne Tejas, Fox Chicago.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Now, we do have a warm-up this week, thankfully. We needed it, right? But Chicago winters are notoriously cold, and that is when we're at the highest risk for carbon monoxide poisoning.
We see it every year. And, of course, this is a silent killer when we're talking about carbon monoxide poisoning. So there's a group of doctors at The Ohio State University. I always have to put the
Yes,
there.
you do.
Coming up with some tips to help keep you and your family safe. Darilee Albinger takes us closer.
With cold winter temperatures keeping various home heating units working up a sweat, medical experts are warning about a seasonal uptick in carbon monoxide poisonings.
Carbon monoxide is produced when there's any fuel source that is burned, such as wood, kerosene, oil,
gasoline, things like that. And it's a byproduct of that burning, and as a result, it increases or accumulates. Carbon monoxide is dangerous to humans because it takes the place of oxygen in our body.
And with furnaces, fireplaces, stoves, and more running with the windows closed, doctors say this silent killer can quickly fill up a room.
Carbon monoxide is so dangerous to humans because we have no way of detecting it outside of a carbon monoxide detector, which means we can't see it, we can't taste it, and we can't smell it. And if that carbon monoxide builds up high enough in our bodies, it can be fatal.
According to Dr. Samuel Hawkins, symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning can include:
you might begin to feel nauseous or lightheaded, but it can also cause more serious symptoms, such as shortness of breath, and also confusion, and even fainting, or what we call syncopizing.
Experts say proper maintenance of household appliances is key, and so is making sure you have enough carbon monoxide detectors around your home.
It is very important to have these somewhere near where we sleep, so we will be able to be notified if there is an increase in carbon monoxide levels.
Daria Albinger, Fox News.
This is serious. When I was in high school, Sunday morning, my father and I both got up sick. It was a morning that our marching band, high school marching band, was actually going to Lambeau Field to march at a Green Bay Packers game. Both of us are sick. I'm like, what's going on here? A bit nauseated. Then my mother got up, and she was also sick. So we knew something was wrong. Yeah. We had our furnaces serviced like that Friday before, called the gas company, said, step outside, and if you feel better immediately, then you probably have a CO leak. And so we all went outside, and it was like instantaneous, like, oh my gosh, our nausea went away. So, and this is before you had carbon monoxide detectors. Wow. So we were very fortunate to, survive that, but it just, brings it to the fore. Get a CO detector and stay safe.
You see that every winter.
Oh my goodness, you really do. Yeah. Amazing story that you all were able to get out in time.
Thankfully, yeah.
Because so many people don't live to tell the story. Yeah. All right, 9:36, we'll be right back.
If you need disability benefits,
All right, welcome back. Time is now 9:39. Looks a little brighter from this angle. Not as hazy out there. There's a lot of folks making their way back into the office for the first time in a couple weeks. Well, if you really want to be faithful with that New Year's resolution, today is the day to start. Some experts say that the Monday after the New Year can be maybe the best starting point, even better than actually doing it on January 1st. You get a double dose of a fresh start, a new year, and a new week. Studies show that starting before the weekend can make weight loss tougher. So today, you can set yourself up for more success. Now, I've been seeing a lot of posts online where saying that a lot of gyms weren't really as packed to start the year, but maybe this Monday, people are like, I'm going to just get through the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I found December is just hard. So it just feels like everything gets out of whack in December. And so I was like, all right, you know, I'm going to give myself grace, enjoy December, and when January comes around. But yeah, because January started in the middle of the week, I'm like, yeah, Monday.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah. and this morning I did. I got up and I got to the gym. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I think it's the Monday type of thing instead of, oh, it's Thursday. Let me start. Yeah.
I agree. It's tough on the weekend.
It is.
Yeah, to make that happen.
Well, enjoy yourself.
All right, how about this health trend, you guys? It's called wellness stacking. It involves putting together several mini habits into one intentional session to achieve more in less time, like brushing and flossing, or making coffee and meditating. Doctors claim building routines like this are going to help you stay consistent with self-care. But you've got to stay realistic and not do too much at once, or you're going to get overwhelmed.
It goes back into like Dr. Ian's advice, where he was saying take 2 or 3 things and make those for the year instead of just like, oh, these are my New Year resolutions, and they go away in a month.
Quickly, you forget about it
for the year. You probably have 3 financial resolutions for the year. If you don't, maybe we should make those too, you know? If you believe Fidelity Investments, they say 44% of people want to save more money in 2026. That's never a bad thing. 36% want to pay down debt, great, and 30% will cut back on spending. Fidelity says those 3 goals have been the most consistent financial resolutions for 3 years. I was seeing something online that was talking about what is your greatest financial flex?
Flex. Oh. Ooh.
All right. What does that technically mean? Like what are you willing
what's
to?
What's the one thing that says to you, like, I've done a good job financially?
Okay. I think for me, it's like paying off the credit card every month.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge.
Not having like any retail, well, outside of a car note, but yeah.
There's that, yeah. You just bought a new home.
That's right. Hopefully that'll work out. Here, for me, one of the things, and I try and stress this for my son, who just turned 27, is the principle of compounding interest. Start saving now. Put aside some money now, and in 2030, you'd be amazed at how it's like that old thing we've all been told. If you take a penny and double it today, double it tomorrow, you're gonna have $1 million at like day 23 or something. So
don't take pennies anymore.
Don't take pennies. Those are useless now. But just the idea of encouraging, at least in my family, my son to start saving now, and hopefully we're setting a good example.
No, I think that's a wonderful thing. Somebody in the comments said, when I put my bills on auto pay.
Oh, okay, you're an adult.
That signals adulthood, and that you're doing something okay. It's not like I'll pay you when I get it. Yeah.
Do I have that?
Right, exactly.
All right, well, there could be a new way to keep track of some of those New Year's resolutions. People are using special bingo boards, or bingo, and you can write down the resolutions in each square and cross it out when you actually do it. Experts say that to reward yourself with a treat when you do, unless you might be trying to lose weight, then that could kind of be a little bit counterproductive.
Yeah, reward, bingo!
Yes. Reward, trip to get that extra milkshake.
Yeah, that could be dangerous, yeah. Well, best of luck to everybody who's starting the new year and you want to start it off right, whether it's financial goals or your weight or mindfulness, whatever it may be. Let's all start on a positive note. 9:43, we'll be right back.
Patrick.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Blue skies, some high thin cloud cover out there. Smiling at me, nothing but blue skies. All right, and what you don't see there, snow on the ground.
Oh, thank goodness.
Snow on there.
Bye-bye.
All right, why is your phone dying? Well, it turns out you might be able to blame Netflix. Yeah, British telecommunications company says Netflix is the top battery killer. People spend about 60 hours a month using it on their phones, and on top of that, it runs in the background for 13 hours a month. TikTok, it's also up there with people spending half their time on it, and it uses 10 hours a month in the background.
I'm bad at closing all the applications running in the background.
Horrible. Yeah, he knows. Horrible at it.
You got open on
475 tabs open. And I did a good job trying to get down 25 the other day. I was like, let me take a little time, 475. It's bad. And I don't even have Netflix on my phone.
It's not even on your own,
It's all of the tabs. But I just feel like I need them. It's like the tabs in your mind.
Get back to them eventually, yeah.
It's all cluttered. All right, if you have a bucket list, Cinemark wants you to use it. It will host its Bring Your Own Bucket for popcorn on the 18th and 19th. Now, this is not for the new year, new me, people who just started trying to lose weight, okay? You can bring any size bucket with a limit of up to 400 ounces to have it filled.
25 pounds, right?
Ooh, yeah.
That is, maybe, you know what, if it's for the whole family.
There you go.
There you go.
Natalie was saying how much she loves popcorn, so maybe she should take advantage.
Yeah. So 25 pounds. Mike did the math. He didn't have to wait for the script. The rest of us were like, what? Okay, yeah, he's right. Yeah, 25 pounds.
Well, and then how many pounds of butter, though, do you have to add on? That's what's going to do it.
Yeah, but that's what makes it taste good.
You do?
Yeah. What?
Yes. Butter on it.
What?
I don't know.
You don't add butter. You put salt? You put anything on there?
No.
Oh, you got to have butter.
Popcorn?
It just doesn't.
Well, that's why you're svelte. I'm not.
All right. Well, Amazon is hoping to build a new retail development center in Orland Park. The 35-acre site is located at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Amazon says that this store would offer a wide selection of products, including groceries. There could even be some dining locations as well. Orland Park's Planning Commission is expected to discuss this proposed site during a meeting on Tuesday.
Hopefully that gives us some more packages coming our way.
Right, we'll see.
The more
developments coming to the southwest
more
suburbs.
Developments, that's awesome.
All right, well, apparently some restaurants are rethinking portion sizes in light of the weight loss drug trend. Now that more people are using GLP-1 medications like Ozempic and Mounjaro, Crane Chicago reports Manny's is adding a half sandwich to it. I wonder if it's
so it only weighs 10 pounds?
Right. Well, the popular Chicago deli has traditionally offered 9-ounce sandwiches. They're not cheating you there. But this month, Manny's will reportedly offer a sandwich with 4.5 ounces of meat.
Just give me the matzo ball soup. And I'm good at Manny's. I mean, everything at Manny's is great, but that matzo ball soup is just amazing.
Looks good.
I want all 9 ounces.
You want the full
I'll eat one half now, the other half later.
You don't have to eat it in one sitting. There is a big game tonight in the world of football as my alma mater, Illinois State University, is going to play in the FCS National Championship game tonight against the Bobcats, the heavily favored Bobcats of Montana State. This game will be in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, ISU appeared in their first national championship game back in 2014, but lost to the North Dakota State Bison. The Redbirds got an alumni here rooting for them, including myself, our executive producer, Beth, and our stagehand, Emma, hanging out back there. We are all ISU grads, so good luck to the Redbirds tonight there in Nashville, Tennessee, going for the FCS championship.
It's just such a wonderful time of the year.
Yes. A lot of good football,
too. It's a wonderful time of the year, yeah.
All right, let's send it upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago now is coming back as well, as we are rejoined by Anthony and Gabriella.
Hello, you guys. We did take a little hiatus, right? Last week we showed our best of for the holidays. Now we're back at it. We have some trending topics that we have to get through.
It's
Make
time
sure that people
to get
know
another portfolio.
Our opinion.
That's right. Yeah. We're going to start racking up great episodes again so that our 2026 portfolio is just as good.
Just stay tuned.
As 2025. First up, we're going to talk about a new platform. We've all heard of fantasy football, fantasy baseball. This is a new. Yeah, you will be able to start a fantasy league for all kinds of TV shows. So we're going to dig deep into that.
You're not into football, but maybe you're into Real Housewives. You get what we're saying? And then Dry January, I know that you're participating.
I am.
Although maybe you didn't the first day down.
I made an exception for the Rose Bowl. Okay, that was my one exception.
And that is a good exception.
I'm off to the races.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm off to the races. Gabby, are you doing it?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But you know what? I don't really drink that often anyway, so I don't think I have as big as a problem as you do.
Kind of a false emergency for Gabby.
No, but we actually have a doctor who's coming in talking about the benefits of Dry January. Also brought some of the essentials to make maybe a good mocktail.
Yes.
So Anthony, you could take some notes.
Oh, that'll be perfect for my Dry January.
That, there's just a lot of like. Do you know if it's healthier or cleaner to hand wash dishes with really scalding hot water or to put in the dishwasher?
Somebody has done all the research necessary. Hand washing dishes versus dishwasher. We'll dive into that. And also, speaking fantasy, before we send it back down to you guys, we're going to go over some of the most unusual fantasy football winning prizes and losing punishments from across the country.
Do you guys have any good ones?
Oh, in my league, we have a last place penalty.
Yeah.
Right, what do they have to do?
So if you come in last place in the regular season, you have to pay a $100 fine to the winner of the league. So that way,
I like that.
if you're not, it's like if your team's not doing well, you could just say, I'm done with this.
Okay.
So you got to play through the end of the regular season. Make sure everybody keeps playing.
It's an incentive.
Yes.
Incentive. All right. Thanks, guys. Can't wait to see you at 10. If you're looking to give back after the holidays, here's something for you.
Yes, there's one service where you get to enjoy having a puppy at your home for about a year. Our Nate Foy explains.
Do you have room in your heart or home for a little one just like this? The Seeing Eye, a nonprofit and the oldest guide dog school in the world, is looking for puppy raisers to prep pups before they start their life of service.
Being a puppy raiser is a life-changing experience.
Lauren Christie has raised 9 puppies since 2012. Like her, dog lovers in parts of New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware can volunteer to raise a dog for the first year of their lives.
The puppy is delivered to you at between 7 and 8 weeks old.
The organization breeds and trains 500 puppies a year, and each one needs a basic foundation to set them up for a life of service, which is where the volunteers come in.
You assume the responsibility of raising this dog and exposing them to a whole host of different experiences, taking them to stores, taking them on outings, taking them to puppy club, so that you can be supported with their basic obedience and their house manners.
To help with that, once you become a puppy raiser, you automatically become part of the local puppy club.
Make sure that you have a community of other volunteers that you can have shared experience with. And that's a big part of the success and fun of being a volunteer puppy raiser, is the other people that you meet that are like-minded. They love dogs, but they're doing it as an act of service.
And anyone can do it as long as you're willing to raise the dog until they're roughly 14 to 16 months, even if you have kids or other pets in your home.
The Seeing Eye covers all the costs of the food and the veterinary care for the puppies that are Seeing Eye pups. So really what the volunteer is donating is their time, their effort, their love for that dog.
But the catch is you have to give the dog back when it's time for them to start their formal 4-month service training, something puppy raisers say is difficult, but at the same time, rewarding.
It's very similar to sending your kid off to college, right? You're going to miss them, and life's not going to be the same, but you're very proud of them, and you know that they're going to go on to do bigger and better things and make a difference in the world.
The dogs ultimately get paired with a blind person in the U.S., Canada, or Puerto Rico, but if a dog doesn't make the grade as a service animal, the puppy raiser gets the first opportunity to adopt the pup they raised. In New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
I think it is incredibly commendable to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I'd be able to give it away.
Give it back.
Oh
After spending a whole year with them?
That's right.
I'd be a
part of the family by then.
Oh.
You know, kudos to all of you that do the foster care. I brought this up before. You know, take a dog in or a cat in for a couple weeks and then say bye-bye.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys have got a special heart. That's
All right, we'll be right back.
You want to know the
.9:57, everyone, as we give you this live look outside. You know, it's a beautiful day, and again, we just want to like hold that in our hearts and in our minds right now, the positivity. But we do need to talk about the Bears a little bit more before we go.
We have to.
At least maybe glass half full is that we are even though we're coming off of a loss, we're going up against an opponent that we know how to beat.
At the beginning of September, did you say, we're going to the playoffs?
You know?
No. So you're right. Put the
Playing with house money. Playing with house money at this point, right?
Let's take a look back at the game that was, as we have just a few more days before we prepare for Saturday night's playoff game against the Packers. Were you, I mean, there were different scenarios as to who we could end up playing. Were the Packers the ones you would want to play next?
Okay. I heard Lou on the radio, and of course Lou was with us on Friday, and he specified he wanted to see one of the West Coast teams.
Yeah.
He would have been fine.
Deal with our weather.
Deal with the cold weather here, or not dome stadium there for the Rams. For me, whoever you're playing, you got to play better than last year.
Yes.
You got to get off to a
play
better
four
start.
quarters.
Right.
For starters, yeah. I mean, They kind of got the dig at saying, like, we don't rest our starters, but they did rest. For half the game, they did rest, even though they were out there.
Not playing well.
Tackle that guy.
Like,
I keep seeing his eyes.
I don't feel like we've really played well in either of the games against the Packers.
Yeah.
Now, we did have some late game heroics and, of course, beat them when they played here, but for about 3.5 quarters of that game, it wasn't looking
when
good.
Byard got the tipped pass, and we had like 2 minutes left in the game. It was, okay, we're going to come down, we're going to score, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Just like we've done all season, but no.
Yeah. I don't know if being a fourth quarter team bodes well in the playoffs when we're facing, with so much on the line, better teams. But we shall see, everybody. We're going to hold out our hope for the best coming up this weekend, again, Saturday.
We'll watch it right here.
Right here on Fox Chicago. Yeah, that's it for us here on Good Day. Chicago Now starts next.